Hello everybody, welcome to the AWS DevOps Full Course by Intellipaat. In 2023, Deloitte reported that almost 90% of companies are using the cloud for developing and managing their softwares. And there is no surprise that a big chunk of that workload is over the AWS cloud. Reason being, AWS is thought leader in cloud space and holds the major market share of 33%. Since the adoption of AWS is higher, AWS DevOps has been gaining more traction in the DevOps space. AWS itself has reported a 52% increase in job listings for AWS DevOps. That's why AWS DevOps is something you should learn if you're looking to become future-proof in the software development industry. Gone are the days when engineers used to have one specialized skills and worked it throughout their careers with blinders on. Now, the IT world is levitating more towards interdisciplinary work where the team who creates the product will also manage the deployment and other operations-related tasks. Companies like Netflix, Adobe, Walmart, Capital One have already adopted and benefited from AWS DevOps. And many companies, be it large-scale MNC or startup, are implementing DevOps into their development practice. That's why if you want to be future-proof, you must think about learning AWS DevOps. To help you exactly do that, we at Intellipaat have designed this free AWS DevOps course. This course has been taught by our top 1% industry experts associated with Amazon Web Services. And I am pretty confident that if you stay until the end of this video, you will understand AWS DevOps all the way from what it is to its practical adoption. Because towards the end of this course, we do have one practical AWS DevOps project for you, which will enable you to practically understand all the necessary tools and how to work with them. So guys, make sure to stay tuned with us till the end. Now that being said, let me take you guys through the agenda that I have at my hand for this particular course. So first we will begin with understanding the basics of AWS and DevOps and go ahead with an introduction to AWS DevOps, where we will understand how AWS and DevOps meet. Then we will look at why AWS is suitable for DevOps. Next, we will go through the steps required for setting up a CI/CD pipeline on AWS, look at the deployment options for in-place deployment and blue-green deployment. Then we will cover code deploy terminology. Next, we will go ahead and explore the concept of creating the pipeline in Amazon EC2 instance and also look at the hands-on implementation of a DevOps project. Next, we will cover the components of AWS DevOps services and tools like AWS Code Commit, Github, AWS Code Build, Database Migration Service, AWS Code Deploy, and AWS Code Pipeline. We'll be wrapping up this course with important AWS DevOps interview questions, meaning by the end of this video, you'll have everything to begin your journey as an AWS DevOps engineer. I hope I've made myself clear with the agenda, so without wasting any more time, let's take up the very first topic on our list.
AWS was introduced in 2006 and since then, they have been the largest player in the public cloud market. According to Forbes, AWS grew $4.3 billion revenue just in the second quarter of 2021. The top three companies who offer cloud services in terms of market share are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. AWS by itself covers 32% of the public cloud market share. So what exactly is AWS? Amazon Web Services or AWS is a cloud service provider owned by Amazon. It offers cloud services in compute, storage, database, content delivery, networking, and other domains. Most of the offerings from AWS are infrastructure as a service offerings, but it also offers PaaS service such as Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, which are popular and highly used services. AWS offers you all the necessary tools you would need to set up your IT infrastructure without paying any upfront. For example, Netflix, the world's biggest premium video streaming service, is completely hosted on AWS for its application needs. The world's largest e-commerce company, Amazon, is also hosted on the AWS infrastructure itself. When you see such big players in the respective fields rely on AWS for their infrastructure needs, you as an individual user can trust and be inclined towards AWS for your cloud needs. AWS offers a wide range of services that can be categorized into the following: We have compute and network services, storage and content delivery services, security and identity services, database services, analytics services, application services, and management tools. Now we have few applications of AWS. What are they? Let's look into it. The first one we have is storage and backup. That's Amazon's cloud storage is an easily accessible and useful services for business. Next we have enterprise IT. That's Amazon Cloud Services offer the ideal solution to enterprise IT's time-consuming pace. Mobile, web and social applications. AWS can launch and scale various applications like mobile applications and SaaS applications. Big data. AWS and big data work well with each other to come up with the power and infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of high-end intelligent software. Websites can be hosted on AWS Cloud. It is also good for hosting CDNs and DNS and domains. In gaming, AWS makes gaming applications easily available to the worldwide gaming network and provides gamers the best experience in online gaming across the globe. Now, how much salary does an AWS engineer earns? In India, it earns on an average basis 7 to 13 lakhs per annum, while in USA on an average basis, he or she can earn $137,000. The reason why Amazon is so huge is because of AWS along with its retail arm. The cloud service has a very high revenue and is growing rapidly. Now, did you know that AWS IaaS Cloud is 10 times greater than the 14 competitors of AWS combined? Now, this speaks volumes about the strong capabilities that this service possesses.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So what is AWS? AWS abbreviates as Amazon Web Services. AWS is a platform. It is a cloud providing platform which will help businesses or even individuals scale their business and also grow, offering secure cloud service. They provide you computing power like virtual machines, and they provide you content delivery like CloudFront, CDNs. They provide you database storage and also normal storage. And they provide various services for analytics like Kinesis, and for simple storing data, you can use S3. Amazon Web Services is the #1 cloud provider in the world. After that comes Azure and GCP. So Amazon Web Services is also used by a lot of Fortune 500 companies, guys. So this is the basic information about AWS. And also AWS has 69 availability zones in 22 different regions across the world. So this means your website which you have in a particular country, for example, if you are in India and you're launching a website online, you want that website to be available for everyone in the world. So you can use AWS to get a global reach. So you can use AWS for that. So this is the basic information, guys. Now let us see what is DevOps. So AWS is a technology. So now let us see what is DevOps actually. So DevOps is not a technology. It is not a tool. DevOps is a methodology. DevOps is a way of operating a business. It is like Agile or a Scrum process. So basically it is a way of moving on with the business, creating a process which automates everything in your business, from coding till the deployment part. So basically DevOps is development operations put together, and you can see a simple infinity symbol over here. That it's not actually an infinity symbol. This is showing that it never ends. It automates itself. So first you plan, you create your project. After that verification, that is testing. After that, it is packaged and it is sent to the operational floor where they release it to the world. So till here it will be within the development team, then it will be released to the world. After that, you can do configurations, you can monitor your application, and once again after monitoring, you will be getting a lot of telemetry which you can use to make the application better. So you again go to plan and create. So this is the process which keeps on happening. And you can see the motto over here, guys, that is DevOps is the union of people, process and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. This particular statement was told by Donovan Brown, the Azure DevOps manager. So what this means is that DevOps is not a software service. So you don't use it just for software. You can use DevOps for anything, for delivering value. Value is the main motive, guys. It is not the software or any other product. You can provide value to your customers through any medium, but in our case, it is software. So what basically value means, you create a website and you have 4 different features. So 3 different features are constantly used by users, but that one feature is not getting used. So that feature is not delivering value to your end users. So how to deliver or how to make that feature more valuable and so that many end users are going to use it. So you either remove it or create a much better solution, and you can create a DevOps lifecycle. You can implement all of that over here. So you can see, you can monitor whether that particular feature is providing value. If it doesn't, you can just remove. For example, your website is having 10,000 customers every day, but only one of them is using a particular feature. That means it's not providing value, and also you are consuming a lot of resources to launch that particular feature in your website. So actually you don't need it, so you can remove it. So this is how DevOps works. It is basically a process. You can plan, create and do all these steps, and you can automate it using DevOps tools. Moving on. So introduction to AWS DevOps. The first thing is, why DevOps on AWS? So you can use DevOps on any cloud service or even on your on-premise environment. So if you have a business running, you will have an on-premise environment. You might have an infrastructure for yourself. You can run it on it also. But why AWS DevOps? That we'll see moving on. So first, what is AWS DevOps? AWS DevOps is a set of developer tools which is provided by Amazon Web Services. This allows us to create a CI/CD pipeline from the scratch to the deployment stage, that is from the source. For example, a version control tool, maybe GitHub, maybe Azure repos, maybe AWS code commit. So from the source stage till the deploy stage, we can do everything. It is the same as any DevOps tools, any DevOps lifecycle or any DevOps process, but the tools are provided by AWS. And then, so why AWS for DevOps? What are going to be the benefits of using DevOps on AWS? So the first thing is fully managed services, guys. So we know why do we use a cloud service? Because we don't want to manage our tools or the VMs we have launched, the data we have stored. We don't want to manage it, or we don't have to install softwares on it. We don't have to do anything. It is all taken care by AWS. They take care of our infrastructure. So that is the first reason, guys, fully managed services. And then built for scale. Because AWS DevOps, you will be using it on existing services like EC2 or Lambda. So when you use on them, they already have a scaling feature within them. So obviously it is built for scale. So you can easily scale it up or down. And then programmable. You can write scripts, you can write shell scripts, you can create a program which you can implement inside AWS developer tools, which can actually impact your DevOps lifecycle. And then automation. So DevOps is mainly automation. So automation is one of the main reasons, and automation is available in everything like Azure DevOps, AWS DevOps, even in GCP. If you are implementing DevOps, automation will be available over there. Or if you manually use DevOps tools to create a DevOps lifecycle, even then automation is required. So DevOps main motive is automation. And then secure. Yes, AWS provides security and it is their first priority. And then pay as you go. Pay-as-you-go model is that whatever you use, you only pay for that, nothing else. For example, you'll launch a virtual machine using Code Deploy. So that virtual machine is running for 2 hours and then it gets terminated. So you'll have to only pay for that 2 hours time. You don't have to pay for creating a virtual machine and running it. You don't have to pay a month's fee. You just have to pay the money for that particular 2 hours.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Before guys, I go and before I start with the CI/CD pipeline stuff and tell you that how you can use these services to create your continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline into AWS, let me tell you why you need it and what you can achieve out of it. So guys, I will take you back to those days when in our working environment, in our industries, we used to use the waterfall model. Right. So the software engineering model that we used to use was waterfall model, if you all remember that. So what happens in case of waterfall model, guys? We used to like, let's say there was a requirement for a particular project from the client, and then client explains it to the manager, and then manager explains it to us, like the developers, and then developers would create that complete project. Okay, would code that complete project, will create that complete code. It would then test, compile that code, deploy it, test it, and then would release it to the client. And then let's say if the client was not good with it, the client will say that what I told you to do, you have done something really, really different. You have done something very different, and it is not as per the mark what I told you to do so, right? Are you listening to me? I hope you are listening to me, right? So then what you need to do then, when first stage completed, then only it jumped to other step in linear sequential manner. Yeah, but then in waterfall model, it was more of like you do many steps together and then you show it to the client, correct? So then if the client doesn't like it, then you have to rework on it, correct? You have to rework on everything or maximum of the things. So that was what a problem, correct? So that was a real issue. Correct, right? I'm saying. Okay, so then guys, this was not good. So then came in what? Came in the agile model of deployment. So see, why I'm building this plot out is to tell you the importance of having agile model and to tell you the importance of DevOps tools, correct? To build the CI/CD pipeline. That's why I'm telling you this particular scenario, this particular use case. So then in the agile model of deployment, guys, you must have studied about agile. So now in the industry, we are more often than not using the agile model of deployment for our resources. So what happens in agile software model, right? So what happens in this? Let's say if the client has a requirement, it gives it to your manager and manager explains it to you. So now you are not going to work on the complete requirement at once. But what you are going to do, you are going to work in modules. Now, when you are going to work in modules, mean what you are going to do is you would create one module, you would divide it into modules, the complete requirement, and then you will work on the first module first. And you will create that module, and then you will show it, you will compile it, you will deploy it, you will test it, and then you will show it. So then what you used to do is you would work on first module, you would compile it, you would deploy it, and then you would test it, and then you would show it to your manager, and then probably your manager would then do what is it would show it to the client, and then client, if he's happy, He'll tell you, okay, if he's not happy, he'll tell you the revisions. But if at all there are revisions, or if he's not happy also, you will come to know at an early stage while you have created just first module, correct? So then you can rework on that module itself, and then you can show it to the client again. And then if the client is happy, you can start working on another module, right, guys? So, but then in this case, you don't have to rework on the complete project, right? You do it in modules. Okay, so the rework is less here because you show the first module to the client, and if the client is happy with that, it would okay that for you, and then you start working on another project, another module, and that is how you go about it, right? So this is good. Yeah, your work is saved. Okay, you don't have to rework on the things. But then, guys, what is a problem here is that you have to do the compilation, the testing, the deployment again and again for all the different modules, isn't it? Right? And then let's say if there is a manual tester who is sitting out there and he's testing the code, so he'll have to do that testing again and again, right? The compilation, that is the code build has to be done again, the code deploy has to be done again, the testing has to be done all again, right? So this would take some time of that person who's sitting there to manually do it, correct? So what then should be done is, you should devise a process wherein all this process, that is compilation, that is code build, compile, that is the compilation, then deployment, testing, all these things can be done in an automated manner, in an automated fashion, right? So you need tools that can do it for you. And guys, you can do these all things in an automated fashion with the help of something called as DevOps tools that are nothing but your code commit, code pipeline, code deploy. These all can do it for you, correct? Okay, so in an automated fashion. So what happens with these tools is you can create a CI/CD pipeline using these tools, that is continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline, and then all these tasks can be done in an automated fashion. How, guys? So let's say first time you put your code into code commit, then automatically it will trigger, and then the code deploy would run automatically through code pipeline, and your code would be deployed, tested in an automated fashion. And then if you make any changes to that code, right? If you make any changes to that code in the code commit repository, so those changes will, as soon as the data in the code commit repository is changed, so then this pipeline is rerun in an automated fashion, and then those changes are reflected automatically. Right? So let's say if you have created a website by putting a code into code commit, right? And then if you change something in that code, in that website's homepage, let's say, so that pipeline will run automatically when anything is changed in the code commit repository. So that pipeline will run in an automated fashion, and your code will be changed automatically on your web page, right, guys? Because these steps would rerun then in an automated fashion, code deploy, code pipeline. So they will run in an automated fashion, right? And that is what the task of manually doing all those things is saved. That can be done in an automated fashion by creating a continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline. All the task of code, compiling the code, deploying it, testing it out can be done in an automated fashion, guys. And yes, this is possible by creating a continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline, which can be created through these DevOps tools like code commit, code pipeline, code deploy, and so on, right? So yes, that is the use. That is where these tools are really useful. And guys, actually, see, there are open source tools also that are available to do these tasks. That is, there are open source DevOps tools that are available to create your CI/CD pipeline and do these tasks in an automated fashion. Like you have Jenkins, Terraform, Maven, right? All these are open source tools. GitHub, on that that is a repository where you can store the code, and then you have Maven, Terraform, and all those tools to do that automatically, and they are the open source tools, right? They are not like AWS proprietary or Microsoft Azure proprietary, but they are the open source tools that are available that can do it for you. But AWS has got its own proprietary tools also to do it. Like you can create your CI/CD pipeline using the DevOps tools of AWS also. And that is the tools that are there in AWS, like for your GitHub, that is the repository. You have code commit, then you have code deploy, code build, and so on, right? So those also you can use. So here, what the scenario, like when we will be creating a CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline, so we would be doing it through the AWS tools, correct? Yeah. So that is what we would be doing here, right? So now at least is this clear that what these tools are, or why we need these DevOps tools, or why we need to create the CI/CD pipeline, guys? Is that thing very clear to you? Yes or no? Then I'll get into the introduction of these services, and then we'll go ahead. Yeah. So is this clear to all of you till this point? Okay. So that is there, guys. Now, before I go and talk about these, so let me take up this one. So code deploy, guys. So code deploy, guys, you can do it where? Code deploy means where you want to deploy your code. Okay. So I'll just put it here. So you can deploy your code on all these options, right? I'll just put it here. So see, code deploy, you can deploy your code on premises, on IaaS, that is EC2, right? On your EC2, correct? You can deploy the code. Plus, you can deploy the code on your PaaS, that is platform as a service component. That is on the Elastic Beanstalk. That is a PaaS-based service. So you can deploy your code on Elastic Beanstalk as well, correct? Or on IaaS, that is on your EC2 instance. You can deploy the code. Plus, Elastic Beanstalk is PaaS because there you don't have to manage the server. So you can deploy your code on your on-premises server, on your EC2 machines. That is through that you get the servers, okay? Or on the PaaS-based component, that is Elastic Beanstalk. In that you don't have to manage the server. Or even on your serverless thing, that is using Lambda, S3 Lambda, you can deploy your code onto that as well. Or you can deploy your code onto containers as well. So with this pipeline, you can deploy your code on any of these services, guys, like on any of these options, correct? So you can even deploy it on containers. So now, see, on premises, on your on-premise server, EC2 you're already aware of. Okay, then Elastic Beanstalk, again, you are aware of, correct? That is a PaaS component. Lambda S3, again, you are aware of. You can deploy your code there as well. Containers, you may be aware of, but if not, I'll just give you a gist on that. So containers are nothing but lightweight servers, guys, where you can deploy your code, okay? And they are nothing but the Docker containers. So like you create your virtual machines on top of your physical machines using something called as a hypervisor. So in the same way, you can create a container on top of your virtual machines or physical machines. Okay. And as I said, they are nothing but lightweight servers where we deploy our code, right? And they are called as Docker containers. And to manage these Docker containers automatically, we have a service in Azure, in AWS and Azure, and on otherwise also, that is called as the Kubernetes service, correct? Okay. So AWS provides two types of Docker services or container services, guys. I'll just put it here. Yeah. So ECS and EKS, that is Elastic Container Service and Elastic Kubernetes Service, right? So containers are nothing but lightweight servers where we deploy our code, correct? And these are called as Docker containers, guys. Docker is basically a company that creates the Docker containers, correct? So likewise, you have others also, other players also in the market. So you have Docker also. So they are called as Docker containers, the containers from Docker. Okay. And to manage these Docker containers automatically, we have a service called as Kubernetes service. So basically with Kubernetes service, you can make your two containers to communicate with each other. Okay. Let's say if your one container is having your web application and the other one is having your database. So you can make the two containers communicate with each other using something called as Kubernetes service. Plus, if you want to do auto scaling of containers, like you do auto scaling of virtual machines using auto scaling service. So if you want to auto scale your container instances, so you can do it with something called as what? With something called as Kubernetes again, right? So for that thing, Kubernetes can be used. So AWS provides two types of Docker services, guys, or container services, I would say. That is an ECS, that is called as Elastic Container Service, and an EKS, that is Elastic Kubernetes Service. Now, inside ECS, you have again two types, EC2 based containers, in which they are EC2 based containers. So they are going to be managed by you. Correct. So they are offered to you in an IaaS based manner, that is infrastructure as a service mode. And then you have Fargate based containers, Fargate based containers. So this Fargate based container is a PaaS component, that is platform as a service component. So here the servers that will be created are managed by Amazon and not by you. Okay, because it's a PaaS component. So in ECS, again, you can have EC2 based containers or Fargate based containers. Plus, apart from that, you can have EKS service, that is Elastic Kubernetes Service, right? So Elastic Kubernetes Service here, it is, and as I said, it's an orchestration engine on top of Docker. Like if you want to auto scale your Docker containers instances, like Docker containers from 2 to 3, 4, 5 as the load increases, so you can do so with something called as the EKS, that is Elastic Kubernetes Service. Okay. Or if you want the two container instances to communicate with each other, again, you can make it possible with the help of the EKS, that is Elastic Kubernetes Service. Okay, fine. So that is again a point, right? Okay, so that was there. And if time permits, I'll tell you more onto it on the containers and Kubernetes. But before that, I would like to go with the other topics that we have in picture here. So Code Commit, what? It is a fully managed source control service that enables companies to host secure and highly scalable private Git repositories, correct? Right. So it's a fully managed source control service that enables companies to host secure and highly scalable private Git repository. So it is like a repository, private Git repository, wherein you can put your code and then you can make changes to it. So just like GitHub, which is again a repository, you have Code Commit as well, which is offering from AWS. So Git is an industry standard open source distributed source control system, right? That is nothing but the central repository for all your code, binaries, images, and libraries. As I said, whenever you make any change in that code, it would be auto committed, and then it would be deployed automatically, that code in your production environment or in your development environment as well. So it would be automatically compiled and then tested, released. All those things will happen with CI/CD pipeline, right? So then it tracks and manages code changes, maintains version history for the same, okay, manages updates from multiple sources, okay, and so I mean multiple people can work on that code, and it enables collaboration. That's why, right? Okay, so that's there, and it maintains your version history as well, correct? So like you can have different versions of your code, right? You can create different branches of the code in Code Commit, and you can go about it, right? So that's what is written here. So users create a copy known as the branch of the master repository, which they can update independently without impacting other users. Like let's say it's not always you guys who is working on a project in your organization. There can be multiple users who are working on the same project, same modules at all also sometimes. So you can have you can be working on different modules of the same project, and then you can put your different modules in the form of different codes in different branches on GitHub, or let's say Code Commit, and then finally you can just merge all those branches in a master branch, and then you can execute your code that way, right? So if there is any change that you are doing it in your branch, okay, of code, that will not affect the other user's branch of code. And then finally, when all is good, you can put it in the master branch. Okay, so save code changes which are ready to be applied to a repository are known as commit. Okay, you can commit them then. When the updated code located in a branch is ready to be added to the master repository, the branch is then merged into the master repository, right? So then it is merged to the master repository. So AWS Code Commit provides all the functionalities of Git, and you can use Git on your local machine to interact with your Code Commit repository as well, correct? So AWS Code Commit provides all the functionalities of Git, and you can use the Git on your local machine to interact with your code commit repository. Okay. So your data is encrypted in transit and at rest as well, right? So it is encrypted in transit and at rest as well in code commit, right? While it is saved or while it is being moved from one place to another place. So it is encrypted in transit and at rest. It's just like your GitHub. In fact, instead of using GitHub, instead of using code commit, you can also use GitHub as well, right? Like in one of the corporate trainings that I had taken with Vodafone UK, I was showing them this lab to them, the CI/CD pipeline lab. Okay, and then what happened is that they were unable to do it because in their company environment, in their company environment, when they were using the code commit repository. So in IAM actually, through that consultancy that had given that them that that particular sandbox environment, the IAM permissions were not getting updated for the code commit. So then we did it. Then for them to do it, I just did it with GitHub, right? And we did it then through GitHub. Okay. So GitHub is a repository just like code commit, correct? So you can put your code, you can put your data out there, Karan, right? Like you can put it in code commit, and you can create multiple branches of your data. Like different developers can work on different modules and can store their different data in their particular branches. And then when they are all good, so then all those branches data, those modules can be merged to the master branch. Okay. So Code Deploy, I already told you, it's an automated deployment service which allows you to deploy your application code automatically to EC2 instances, on-premise system, Lambda functions, Beanstalk on container services also. Correct. It allows you to quickly release new features, avoids downtime during application deployments, and avoid the risk associated with the manual process. Correct. So because here the things would be done in an automated fashion. Whenever any new thing is updated in your GitHub, in your code commit, that would be deployed onto your EC2 instances or your container instances or your Beanstalk or your Lambda functions automatically by Code Deploy. So it automatically scales with your infrastructure and integrates with various CI/CD tools. So how this Code Deploy will automatically bring in the code from your repository onto the EC2 instance, let's say, or container instance, or Beanstalk or Lambda function, how it brings in automatically, and how it brings in the changes also that are done to the code commit repository automatically onto your EC2 instances or container instances or wherever it can deploy, how it brings them automatically, guys. So because it is integrated with what? If you integrate it with CI/CD tools, with the IAM roles, yeah, so it can do it for you, right? So automatically scales with your infrastructure and integrates with various CI/CD tools, example, Jenkins, GitHub, Atlassian, AWS Code Pipeline, as well as configuration management tools like Ansible, Puppet, Chef. So you can integrate it with what you call it as the repository, that is like GitHub or Code Commit, correct? Plus you can use it with Jenkins, Atlassian, Code Pipeline, as well as configuration management tools like Ansible, Puppet, and Chef. And yes, so it has the capability of automatically bringing in your code from your repository onto your EC2 instance or container instances, wherever it wants to deploy the code, right? And yes, two deployment approaches are available in this, that is in-place deployment and blue-green deployment, guys. So when I will be showing you this thing in lab, wherein when we will be using Code Deploy in lab, so you will see these two types of deployment approaches, that is in-place deployment and blue-green deployment, right, guys? So now what is in-place and blue-green deployment? Okay, so basically AWS Code Pipeline is just like another CI/CD tool. Fine, guys. So there are two types of deployment, that is the in-place deployment and the blue-green deployment. Now what happens in in-place deployment? So the application is stopped on each instance and the latest revision is installed. Let's say your instances on which the code was deployed, they are running the version 1.0 of the code. Okay, so initially you have deployed version 1.0 of the code on your instances. So initially, let's say Code Deploy has deployed version 1.0 code on the instances. Okay, so then if you want to deploy version 2.0 now, Which version? Version 2.0. So how would you deploy it? Okay, so see, what happens here is, let's say initially Code Deploy has deployed the code on these three EC2 instances, but that is the version 1.0 of the code. And then let's say in the code commit in the repository, the version has changed. Another version of the code has came. That is, some changes are made to the code and you have version 2.0. Now, if version 2.0 code is to be deployed on these EC2 instances again, so how it would be deployed? So it would be deployed in case of in-place deployment, how it would go. The application is stopped on each instance and the latest revision is installed. So if there are three instances, so on the first instance would be stopped first, the application would be stopped there, and then version 2.0 will be installed on that first instance, and then it would be started again. So there'll be a downtime, guys, correct? Right? And then another instance again will be stopped. And so again, application will stop on another instance, and then version 2.0 will be installed on it, and it would bring it would then be made online, correct? And then again on third instance, it would be brought down, and then version 2.0 would be installed, and then it will be brought online, correct? So the application is stopped on each instance, and the latest version is then installed, and the instance is out of service during this time while the new version is getting installed, and your capacity will be reduced, guys. So of course, it's like, let's say if all the three instances are running your Zomato web application, right? The Zomato website, right? On all the three instances, let's say Zomato website is running. So this Zomato website, guys, its complete business depends on what? On its website. Do you all agree with me? So Zomato website's complete business depends on its website, correct? Right? So fine. So all these businesses whose business is completely dependent on their website, let's say Zomato or Flipkart, Swiggy, whatever, right? So they cannot afford to have their website going down, correct? So for that matter, they can be running their website application on multiple instances for high availability, correct? So let's say if the Zomato website is running on these three instances, and then there is some change in the Zomato's website code, they are upgrading their website, and then the new version is being deployed on the first instance. So at that time, that first instance will go out of service, but your Zomato website will not go down because it is also running on other EC2 instances, correct? But then, of course, your capacity will be reduced. So let's say if some user's request was going to instance 1, some to instance 2, some to instance 3. So then the user's request that was going to instance 1, so then that will go to the second server, and the user will get the response from the second server for the Zomato website. So user will not come to know that, okay, the Zomato website's one instance has gone down. Okay, because he will see the response to his request, because his request will then go to another instance which is running. But then, guys, the capacity will be reduced. He may find a lag in the website. Okay, the website may run slow because when out of 3 instances, 1 is down. So your website will be running only with 2 instances rather than 3. Okay, so the instance is out of service during this time, your capacity will be reduced. So it would be done 1 instance at a time so that the complete website doesn't go down. And if the instances are behind a load balancer, you can configure the load balancer to stop sending requests to the instances which are being upgraded, as I said. So let's say if Zomato website is running on these 3 instances and version 2.0 code is being installed on one of the instance, and that is down during that time. So this load balancer will not send the user traffic to that instance during that time. And all the traffic of the user that was intended for that instance will also go to another 2 instances. And the user will not see the website as down. Okay, and then when that version is installed, that instance will come online, and then other instance will go through version upgrade, and that will go offline, and then that instance, whatever the user traffic was going, that will now be redirected to other instances. Correct. So that is how it goes, guys, and that is how your website will always be running. Okay, but here the capacity will be reduced when you are having in-place deployment, when you are going to deploy the new versions on the instances, no doubt 1 at a time, but then the capacity will be reduced, right, guys? Okay, so that's how it goes. So in-place deployment is also known as rolling updates, because 1 at a time the instance goes through the changes, right? And it can only be used for EC2 and on-premises systems. It is not supported for Lambda. Okay, And if you need to roll back your changes, the previous version of the application will need to be redeployed. So now if you feel like that version 2.0 is not a good idea, you want to go back to version 1.0. So then if you want to roll back the changes on the instances, so the previous version of the application, that is 1.0, will need to be redeployed on your instances. So again, those instances, this version 2.0 instance will go offline. Version 1.0 will again be installed on it, redeployed on it, and then again it will come online. Okay, so it is like if you want to go back to a previous version also, then also you'll have to take down the instance. You'll have to redeploy that application on your instance again. Correct, right? So that's how it goes. Yes, good. Okay, so this is in place deployment for you. Okay, now what happens with a blue-green deployment? So in a blue-green deployment, what happens is that new instances are provisioned and the latest version is installed on the new instances. So blue represents the active deployment, green is the new release. So what happens is these blue instances are the active instances with version 1.0, and the load balancer is sending all the user traffic to these blue instances only. What about these green instances, guys? So when version 2.0 is available, so it will not be installed on these 3 blue instances one at a time, like used to happen in place deployment. So all these 3 instances, blue instances, will be up and running, and it will not happen like one instance will be taken down and the version would be installed there, version 2.0, and then it will come online. So it is not that the capacity will be reduced during version 2.0 deployment, or it will not be like the version 2.0 will not be installed on these 3 instances one at a time. No, not like that. It will not happen like that. But what will happen is for version 2.0, 3 new instances will be created. What will happen? 3 new instances will be created that are shown with this green color. And then the new version will be installed on those 3 new instances. And they are anyways, the user traffic is not being sent to those 3 instances. The user traffic, all the user traffic is sent to the blue instances only. And these green instances will contain the new version. New version will be installed on these 3 new instances. And then the traffic will not be sent to these green instances by the load balancer, but then the traffic will only be sent to the blue instances, the 3 instances. And then when these 3 new instances are ready with version 2.0, then what will happen is that this older version of the instances, the 3 blue instances, will be taken off, and load balancer will start forwarding the traffic to the newer version of the instances, 3 instances. So here there will be 0 downtime. Why? Because as soon as these 3 instances are taken off, these new 3 instances are available with your load balancer. So only when these new 3 instances are available with the load balancer, only when the load balancer can forward the traffic, users traffic, to these 3 new instances, then only the older 3 instances will be taken off. Yeah, so it's create and delete. So see, it's written here. Blue-green deployment, new instances are provisioned, and the latest revision is installed on the new instances. So blue represents the active deployment, green is the new release. The new instances are registered with an elastic load balancer, you know that, right? And then traffic is then routed to the new instances, and the original instances are eventually terminated. So once the user's traffic start going to new instances, then eventually the older instances are terminated. So this is how your blue-green deployment works, guys. So the advantages of blue-green deployment are that the new instances can be created ahead of time. They can be created ahead of time, and the code released to production by simply switching all traffic to the new servers. Okay. The new instances, the green instances, you can create them ahead of time, beforehand itself, and then the code released to production by simply, so then the code will be released to production by simply switching all the traffic to the new servers, by simply switching all the users traffic that was going to the blue instances to the green instances, then correct? To the newer instances, then correct? So switching all the users traffic that was going to these 3 instances to the other 3 instances then. And switching back to the original environment is faster and more reliable. and is just a case of routing the traffic back to the original servers as long as you haven't already terminated them. So see, in case of in-place deployment, if you wanted to go back to the previous version, then you would have had to redeploy the previous version again on those servers. You would take down those servers again, version 2.0 server, and you would redeploy version 1.0 again on that server, and you would bring it online again. But here, if you want to go back to the previous version, it's just a matter of switching the user traffic from version 2.0 instances to version 1.0 instances. That simple it is, provided if you have not terminated the older instances, right? Provided if the older instances are not terminated. So the new instances are registered with an elastic load balancer. Traffic is then routed to the new instances and the original instances are eventually terminated. But then switching back to original environment is faster here. If you want to go back to the older environment, so it is faster and more reliable, as is it is just a case of routing the traffic back to the original servers. Okay, as long as you have not already terminated them, guys, right? So that is what is a blue-green deployment for you is, right? In production, when this blue-green scenario will be used, it's quite often used, right? In production, of course, it's very often used because see, when you want zero downtime, this is when it would be used, correct? And in production, you want minimal or zero downtime. So this is often used. Okay. Let's say Zomato website itself, if they are bringing new features to their website. So let those new features come in a new version on new instances. And then once the new instances are ready, put it behind the load balancer, start sending user traffic on those new instances and then delete the older instances. Okay. It's create and delete. Correct. In this, I hope that is clear to you, Subramaniam. Then is this a blue-green deployment is not cost effective? If you will ask me from cost perspective, so of course, in-place deployment is cost effective than blue-green deployment because here, guys, you are creating new servers, correct? So, I mean, new servers will charge you more, correct? So, in-place deployment is, of course, cost-friendly affair, but then it is cost effective. But then this is more efficient, isn't it? Blue-green deployment. It will have less downtime, zero downtime, I would say. So this is not cost effective if you'll compare it with in-place deployment. So in first place, also for the user still can access the site, but instead of 3 instances, 2 instances will be there. Only load is more, but downtime for the user is 0 only. Yeah, downtime is 0, but then downtime, okay, in-place deployment, downtime again is 0, but your capacity is reduced. And when your capacity is reduced, so the users will feel the lag, right? Isn't it? So the performance can deteriorate for the user for some time, but here that will not happen. See, aggressive production environment, again, you can go with blue-green, I would say, right? Because all the 3 servers will have the new version installed together, and then you can just, and you can install them ahead of time also beforehand itself, and then you can just redirect your workload from the older instances to the newer instances. I'll show you that option, blue and green option, right? But then the demo will not come in picture like directly, but during the demo, I'll show you that option in place, blue-green deployment, right? I'll show you that option while I'll be using code deploy there. Okay, fine, guys. Yeah, so code deploy terminology, guys. So deployment group, you all know, it is a set of EC2 instances or Lambda functions to which a new version of the software is to be deployed, right? So that forms your deployment group. So, and what is the terminology like deployment? So deployment group is nothing but a set of EC2 instances or Lambda functions to which a new version of the software is to be deployed. And what is deployment? So the process and components used to apply a new version, correct? And deployment configuration is nothing but a set of deployment rules as well as success failure conditions used during a deployment, correct? App spec file defines the deployment actions you want AWS Code Deploy to execute, right? So app spec file will define the deployment actions you want AWS Code Deploy to execute. Okay. Then revision is everything needed to deploy the new version. That is app spec file, application files, executables, configuration files. Okay. An application, you can take this terminology as unique identifier for the application you want to deploy. To To ensure the correct combination of revision, deployment configuration, and deployment group are referenced during a deployment. Okay, so that's there. Exam tips can be like, guys, AWS Code Deploy is a fully managed automated deployment service and can be used as a part of continuous delivery or continuous deployment process, right? Okay, so Code Deploy is fully managed. It's a managed service. It's a PaaS component, fully managed automated deployment service, and can be used as part of a continuous delivery or continuous deployment process. So remember the different types of deployment approach: in place or rolling update, as I already explained to you. So in this, you stop the application on each host and deploy the latest code out there. So EC2 and on-premises systems only it can work with. To roll back, you must redeploy the previous version of the application on those instances. And blue-green is like new instances are provisioned and the new application is deployed to these new instances. Okay. And traffic is routed to the new instances according to your own schedule. Supported for EC2, on-premise systems, Lambda functions, and rollback is easy. Just route the traffic to the original instances. Okay. So if you want to roll back, you just need to route the traffic back to the original instances. So blue is active deployment, green is the new release. Correct? So blue is the active deployment and green is the new release, guys. Correct? So that is the point. Yeah, so I've told you about this thing in this code deploy as well. I'll just tell you here, maybe if you get it or not, don't worry. So, but then in the project that we are going to take it up, project, you can say lab, you can say, or tutorial, you can say, right? But it would be more of the project. So in the project, you will learn how to set up continuous integration and continuous delivery, CI/CD pipeline on AWS, correct? So a pipeline helps you automate the steps in your software delivery process, as already said, such as initiating automated builds and then deploying to Amazon EC2 instances or any other thing like Lambda function or other stuff, right? So you will use AWS Code Pipeline, a service that builds, tests, and deploys your code every time there is a code change based on the release process models you define, right? So let me tell you on Code Pipeline. So we'll use Code Pipeline, AWS Code Pipeline, guys, which is nothing but a service that builds, tests, and deploys your code every time there is a code change. So every time there is a code change, it will do what? It will build, test, and deploy your code automatically based on the release process models that you have defined. Correct? Okay. Yes, of course, you can add it in your CV. Yeah. That will create a good impact. So use Code Pipeline to orchestrate each step in your release process, correct? So you can use Code Pipeline to orchestrate each step in your release process, guys. As part of your setup, you will plug other AWS services into Code Pipeline to complete your software delivery pipeline. So what you can do is you can use the Code Pipeline to orchestrate each step in your release process, correct? So see, you use Code Pipeline to orchestrate, to automate each step in your release process. And as a part of your setup, you will plug other AWS services like Code Deploy, Code Commit, and other services into your Code Pipeline to complete your software delivery process, to complete your software delivery pipeline, correct? So how to create a very simple pipeline that pulls code from a source repository and automatically deploys it on the Amazon EC2 instances, right? So that is what we will see it. Yeah. See, in Code Deploy, an application, they will be doing a project, you can say. So in Code Deploy, an application is a resource that contains the software application you want to deploy. And later you use this application with Code Pipeline to automate deployments of the sample application to your Amazon EC2 instance, right? So in Code Deploy, an application is nothing but a resource that contains the software applications you want to deploy. And later you use this application with Code Pipeline to automate deployments of the sample application to your Amazon EC2 instance. So in Code Deploy, you have an application that you want to deploy on your EC2 instances, let's say, and then with when you use this application with Code Pipeline, so you automate the deployments of the sample application to your Amazon EC2 instances, correct? First, you create a role. First, we can create a role tomorrow that allows Code Pipeline to perform the deployments. Then you create a Code Deploy application, correct? Called the AWS Code Deploy service role. Okay, it already exists. Duplicate nodes are not allowed. Right. So first we'll create a role that allows Code Deploy to perform deployments, and then you can create a Code Deploy application, right? So get versions.png also have made. Like you can have first developer is working on branch 1 on first module of the code, putting it in branch 1, second developer working on the second module of the code, putting it in branch 2, third developer working on third branch of the code, third module of the code, putting it in branch 3. And when they all commit here, the code, then they can be put to the main branch, that is the master branch, correct? So that's there. Okay. So this is what we are going to do, right? As you can see, we'll deploy a CI/CD pipeline with AWS, right? So in this, you can see that we'll create a code pipeline. We'll have our code you can have it in code commit, GitHub, or even Amazon S3. So we'll have it in our code commit, and then we will deploy it using AWS Code Deploy on our Amazon EC2 instances. That would be the deploy stage, beta stage, and then once it runs fine there, we will push it to production, right? They're also using Code Deploy on our Amazon EC2 instances in the production environment, right? So that's what we will see it there. Correct. So that's what we will see out there, guys. So in this project, you will learn how to set up a continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline on AWS. A pipeline helps you automate steps in your software delivery process, such as initiating automated builds and then deploying it to Amazon EC2 instances that I told you. You will use Amazon AWS Code Pipeline, a service that builds, tests, and deploy your code every time there's a code change based on the release process models, right? And that you define, okay? And use Code Pipeline to orchestrate each step in your release process. As a part of the setup, you will plug other AWS services into Code Pipeline to complete your software delivery pipeline. I've already told you these things. So this guide will show you how you can create a simple pipeline that pulls code from a source repository like GitHub or Code Commit or S3 also you can use, and automatically deploys it on your Amazon EC2 instances. Right, guys? Fine. So that is there. Okay, so this is what we will be doing, guys. Yeah. We will set up a CI/CD pipeline today on AWS. Anyways, yesterday I had discussed. So let's begin. I'll just review a few things of yesterday, and then we will begin doing this lab. Right, guys? So as far as today's agenda is concerned, so we'll be doing the project wherein we'll be creating a pipeline that is a continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline on AWS, correct? And yeah. So basically, we'll be making use of these services, EC2, Code Commit, Code Deploy, Code Pipeline, and IAM roles in this particular lab or in this particular project, right? So as discussed yesterday, Code Deploy, you can deploy the code on-premises on your EC2 instance, which we'll be doing here, or on Elastic Beanstalk, or on serverless S3 and Lambda, or on containers. Containers, I told you, they are lightweight servers where we can deploy our code, and they are the Docker containers. To manage these Docker containers automatically, we have a service called as Kubernetes service. And AWS provides two types of Docker services or container services, ECS and EKS. ECS stands for Elastic Container Service, wherein you have two types again, EC2-based containers where servers are managed by you. So that is an IaaS-based component, infrastructure as a service component, and Fargate-based container that is in which the servers are managed by Amazon. So that is a platform as a service component. Correct. And then you have EKS, that is Elastic Kubernetes Service. Okay. So that is nothing but an orchestration engine on top of the Docker. Okay, which helps two Docker containers to communicate with each other. Plus, it helps in auto scaling of Docker containers. If the load increases, so it will auto scale your Docker containers up and down. So that can be done with EKS, right? So yeah, and then in the project that we will see, you will learn how to set up a continuous integration and continuous delivery, that is CI/CD pipeline on AWS. Okay. So a pipeline is what? It helps you automate steps in your software delivery process, such as initiating automatic builds and then deploying to Amazon EC2 instances. So as I told you yesterday, like it supports your agile model of deployment. What is the pretty good thing is with CI/CD pipeline, if you put some code in your repository, the deployment of that, that is the build compilation of that code, then deployment testing on that code happens automatically. And if you change something in that repository, change some code in that repository, create a new version of your website, that means change some part of the code in that repository. So then this process of build, that is the compilation testing, compilation deployment testing, that again happens automatically on that code, right? So let's say if you have created a website, okay, and the home page is, let's say, hello world, and then you make some changes to that website, so that new home page, let's say hello world, this is the updated home page, or whatever the changes you made, that will be automatically reflected as soon as you make the changes in the code in the repository. Though the compilation, the deployment, the testing on that code will happen in an automated fashion, and that is possible with the help of DevOps tools. That is the one that we are going to use in a project like Code Deploy, Code Pipeline, and stuff. Okay, so a pipeline helps you automate the steps in your software delivery process, such as initiating the automatic builds and then deploying to Amazon EC2 instances. And you will use the AWS Code Pipeline, a service that builds, tests, and deploys your code every time there is a code change. Okay. So every time, as I said, whenever there will be a code change, so automated build, test, and deployment of your code will happen automatically, right? Based on the release process models that you define. Okay. So that is there. So use Code Pipeline to orchestrate each step in your release process. Okay. And as a part of your setup, you will plug other AWS services into Code Pipeline to complete your software delivery pipeline. Like you will club other AWS services like Code Deploy, Code Commit, EC2 to complete your delivery pipeline, right? To complete your software delivery pipeline. Now, how to create a very simple pipeline that pulls code from a source repository and automatically deploys it on your, let's say, Amazon EC2 instances. So that is what we will see. Okay, and for that, we will deploy some code and we'll put it in a code commit repository, right? Okay, and then we'll come to EC2 part later on, what we'll do on that, and code deployment part, right? So this will come later on. So now I'll just draw a diagram here in which, okay, now let me draw a diagram here. So I'll get into Paint and I'll draw some diagram. So what we are going to do is something that I'll draw in this picture. I'll try to depict it in this picture, right? In this diagram. So I on my machine, right? So let's say this will be my machine. That is my laptop. Okay. So on my machine, I'll have some files. Okay. So I'll keep some files. We'll have some file, and in that file, let's say we'll also have a file called as index.html. Right. So we'll have some file. We'll also have, let's say, index.html, and we'll be keeping it in some repository on my machine, in some folder, let's say demo repository, demo folder, correct? So that would be there. And then what I'll be doing is from my machine, I'll just keep it up on, like from my machine itself, I'll just put these files on the local repository on my machine. Right. So what I'll do is I'll just put them on a local repository on my machine. Correct. So let's say there'll be a local repository on my machine where I'll be keeping those files. Well, I'll actually put those files in. Okay. And that will be the Git repository. Correct. That is on my local Git. Correct. So I'll just keep it on my local Git. That is Git, or I'll just call it as local repository. And then what I'll do is from this local Git, local repository, what I'll do is I will put those files on a remote repository. And guys, can you tell me which will be my remote repository like? So from my machine where they are kept in the Git, that is in the local repository, what I'll do is I will put them onto the remote repository. And which will be my remote repository? Can you tell me? It can be GitHub or it can be code commit, correct? So it can be my GitHub or it can be code commit, right? The AWS CI/CD pipeline, correct. So that's the topic. We are doing it today, right? So I'll be committing the changes. I will be putting the code onto my remote repository that is in my AWS code commit, or you can say GitHub, right? So that would be AWS code commit, or you can say GitHub. And that would be my remote repository, correct? So that will be called as my remote repo. Okay. So this demo folder will go into my remote repository. That can be my GitHub or code commit, right? Correct, with the command git push origin master, right? And you have seen we have used GitHub in past, but did not use AWS code commit, right? So we can do it on GitHub also or code commit also. So it will be really good if we explore AWS code commit. We will then do it on code commit also. I mean, no issues, right? Can do it on GitHub or code commit, as you say. I mean, we'll do it on code commit, correct? So fine, welcome. And then what else? So they will. So the changes would be we will put it on AWS code commit, that is AWS code commit repository, or you can say GitHub. So I mean, we'll put it on AWS code commit, that is the remote repository, correct? And basically there'll be few commands that we'll be using here to put the code. That is the add command, then the commit. So these are the DevOps commands that you may have already used it before if you have done the DevOps labs before in on-premises also, that is with free services also. So we'll say add, and then we'll have commit, then we'll push it to demo in code commit, right? Then we push it to the demo repository in code, I mean demo folder in code commit, right? Fine, so that's what we will do. Yeah, so we will do push, right? We'll add, we'll push, we'll do it to we'll push it to the demo folder in code commit. I hope that's good with you. Anyways, we'll do that. So can you repeat once? Actually not able to connect, some internet issue from my side. What we are doing is, I'm just telling you what we'll be doing in this lab. So we will have some files on my local machine in a demo folder, and then I'll have it first inserted in the local repository, that is the Git on my local machine. And then from there, I will push it onto the remote repository. The remote repository can be my GitHub or AWS code commit. So here I'll be using AWS code commit as my remote repository, correct? And then I'll be pushing the code in a demo folder out there, right? So I'll be adding the code, committing, pushing it to the demo repository in code commit, right? So that's what I will do. It is code commit. It's not CDOE. So it is basically code commit, right? So it's code commit, right? Okay. So yeah. Yes, so that's what we'll do. And yes, the replication part, like the cloning, if we change something, some file, some data in the local repository on my local machine on my laptop, so I will just clone it. I'll just make those changes in the remote repository by cloning it onto the remote repository, correct? So if I have some changes on my local repo, so I'll just have those changes reflected into my remote repository by cloning it onto my remote repository, correct? Okay, fine. So now once I will have the data, let's say my complete website content, whatever the content you have, Zomato website or any website content in your remote repository, correct, on code commit, then what we'll do is, we will just deploy it using the code deploy and code pipeline onto our EC2 instance, right? So that's what we will do then. So then then I'll draw it here. So then I can have, let's say something called as a code deploy. Okay, let me just draw it here. Right, so this, let's say, is my EC2 instance. Okay, and then this entire thing is possible by creating a code pipeline here. And this will be my code deploy, let's say. Right, then I have it on EC2, correct? And here I can have, like, I can deploy this complete website content, or maybe you can say the index.html page, and the complete website content will be deployed here, right? And if I make some changes in this code commit repository in this index.html page or any website content, so that would be automatically deployed onto this EC2 instance again with the help of this code deploy and code pipeline. Correct. So even this will have the updated HTML, like index.html or the complete website content. Correct. Right. So this is how it goes. Correct. So this is how we would achieve it. Correct. So is it clear? I think I've already shared it, but I'll again put it. Yeah. So is it clear? So add is used to so add is used to add a remote repo with local repo. Correct. Yeah. So whatever is there on the local repo, the data, the website content or any content, if you want to add that onto the remote repo, so you can add it with add commit push command. So anyways, we'll do that with those commands. And once that code, the website content comes onto your remote repository, let's say a code commit repository or GitHub, then from there, you can just deploy it onto your EC2 instance with the help of code deploy and creating a pipeline with the help of code pipeline. So why pipeline? Because once the code deploy deploys it on EC2 instance, correct, that particular code, that index.html comes and your website starts running on your EC2 instance. And if there is some changes that you have made on that code, on that website content, let's say on your local machine, so then you push it onto the remote repository, that is the demo folder in the code commit. So then once the things are changed into the remote repository, so those changes will be auto reflected on your EC2 instance, will be automatically deployed onto your EC2 instance. So it's like those changes, that code would be automatically taken by the code deploy service, and then it would be deployed on your EC2 instance automatically. And you will see the changes. You will see the change website content on your EC2 instance. And this will be possible with the help of a code pipeline service, right? So is it clear to everybody, guys, till this point? Yes. And if this is clear, then we shall go and we can just try doing this lab, right? Fine. That is good then. Let me get along with this. Right, I'll show you this diagram. So here, see code pipeline diagram also. This one I can just show it to you. So see, setting up CI/CD pipeline on AWS. So this description anyways I've discussed. So see, in AWS Code Pipeline, you have your code, let's say on S3 or AWS Code Commit or GitHub. And then from there, with the help of AWS Code Deploy, you deploy it on your Amazon EC2 instance. That can be in your deploy stage, can be beta stage. That is the intermediary stage. So you run it there, and if it runs fine on that EC2 instance, then you finally can deploy it in the production again with AWS Code Deploy on another EC2 instance, right? So that's how you can go about it, right? Better clear, right? But still, if it is some doubt you have, you please ask me now also. Fine. So let's get ahead, guys. I mean, this doesn't go with this demo, but otherwise I have the database covered in many of my demos, right, that I take, like on DMS also I did that and many others, but in this that doesn't fits in, right? Okay, fine. Okay, so see, in this tutorial, what we'll be doing as the first step is you use the code pipeline to deploy the code. In fact, if it is not so clear, so I'll just put it here. So see, we'll use code pipeline to deploy the code maintained in a code commit repository, okay, to a single EC2 instance. So your pipeline is triggered when you push a change to the code commit repository, and the pipeline deploys your changes to an Amazon EC2 instance using code deploy as the deployment service, correct? So that's what we'll do. Okay, the pipeline has two stages, a source stage for your code commit source action and a deployment stage, deploy for the code deploy deployment action, right? So we will do that. So we'll first create a code commit repository, right? So first you create a repository in code commit. Your pipeline gets source code from this repository when it runs, and you will create a local repository where you maintain and update the code before you push it to the code commit repository, right? So you will first create a repository in code commit, and your pipeline will get the code from this repository when it runs, but to this repository, you'll have to put some code. So you'll create a local repository on your local machine where you maintain and update the code before you push it to the code commit repository. And from there, Like you will put the code on your local machine, on your local repository as stated, and then from there, you will put it into the code commit repository. And then from code commit repository, the code would be deployed onto your EC2 instances with the code deploy and code pipeline, correct? Okay, so that's what we will do here, right? So we will do that steps here, fine. So, okay, so let's create a repository in AWS, that is a code commit repository. Okay, so I'll just log in into my AWS console, right? And let me create a code commit repository here. Kindly cover database as well. See, database will not come in this scenario. Database is a separate topic, Birendra. So, I mean, if I would be asked, I will do that then later on, but not today, right? Where does the code build unit test happen on the remote repository, code commit, or on EC2 instance? See, the code build or unit test happen on remote repository, code commit, or on EC2 instance. See, the code would be taken, but the testing, it would be it would be deployed on EC2 instance, and then on EC2 instance, I hope it should happen, Sandeep, right? Okay, so let me log in here, guys. Let me go about it. So you can do this along with me, guys. Okay, so you can do this along with me, right? So let's create repository in code commit, right? No, we don't need a build server here. Why? Because we are not going to compile this code. This will be a simple code that we are going to deploy it. So we don't need a build server here, right? Anyway, the build stage will come into our process, but we don't need to use that, right? Okay, fine. So just search for code commit and just go and create a repository in code commit. So just go into code commit repository, correct? And try to do that. But you can try to do it along with me. Do we need to connect to our GitHub as well? Not needed, because on code commit, you will be storing the code. So code commit will be a replacement for your GitHub here, right? So you don't need, if you are using GitHub, then you don't need to use code commit, right? Yes, yes. No, see, when you create this and after you delete it, so you won't be charged as such, okay? So here, you can just say create repository. So you first create a repository in code commit, right? Yeah, I'll suggest you a name, don't worry. So, okay, so let's say you can go into North Virginia, okay? And then in that, what you choose is you say create repository, okay? Enter a name, you can, okay, you can take this name, my demo repo, okay? You can take any name as such, but you can take this name as well, my demo repo, okay? So I've taken this name, my demo repo. And that's it. And then you can just say create description is optional. Tags are again optional, right? So you can just leave that and just give the name and say create. Okay. So is it clear? Right. So we have created. Okay. So if you have your code in that you want to put it in Python or Java, so you can use that. But then that is not required for us, Yashasvi, right? Okay. Because we don't have a code in that, right? So that then you can use, okay? If you, so it's like you want to ask that when you create the repository, enable Amazon Code Guru Reviewer for Java and Python, that is optional. So get recommendations to improve the quality of the Java and Python code for all pull requests in this repository. A service linked role will be created in IAM on your behalf if it does not exist. So it will, so if you have Java and Python code, so this Amazon Code Guru Reviewer will review that code for you, okay, if you enable this. But we don't have that code and we don't want to review it as well, right? Okay, so this is repository. I hope I'll see that. Okay, you are signed in as a root account. You cannot configure. Yeah, correct. I'm coming to that. Have patience, Yashasvi. I'm going a bit slow. Let everybody follow me, right? So I'll tell you, you are signed in as root user. You cannot configure SSH connections for a root account, and HTTPS connections for a root account are not recommended. Consider signing in as an IAM user and then setting up your connection. I'm getting this warning. Yes, everybody of us will get this warning itself, right? If I go to my demo repo, even I will have this warning. I'll tell you what it means. Okay, just hold on, I'll tell you. Okay, so see what someone is taking. Okay, so see what you are getting here is the warning is that you are signed in using a root account. Okay, so you cannot configure SSH connections for a root account. So guys, see, you have created a repository in your code commit. that is in remote repository in code commit. So you want to clone it also, like you want to get the code from your local machine onto this remote repository, from your local Git on, from your local machine from your local machine, from local Git of your local machine to this remote repository, to this code commit my demo repository. So for that, you will have to clone it with the local machine's local repository, correct? But it says that there are two options to clone, or rather three. So SSH, HTTPS. So it says that you are signed in as a root account, so you cannot configure SSH connections for a root account. So you cannot clone the URL with SSH, and HTTPS connections for a root account are not recommended. So consider signing in as an IAM user and setting up your connection, right? So that's why what you will have to do is you will have to create an IAM user, and then you will do what? You will clone with that IAM user, correct? So you will clone this repository with your local repository through that IAM user, because you cannot, it is not recommended to clone it with the root user. Because see here, see cloning, I have done it, correct? So you have to clone the remote repository, that is my demo repository in the code commit, with your local machines repository, with your local repository, local Git repository. So for that, it is not recommended to do it with the root account. So you should create an IAM user account, and you should do the cloning of this demo repo with that IAM user. Through that IAM user with the your local Git, your local machine, correct? Yeah. So that's what we'll do. So here we'll have to create a user. So let's go and create a user then, guys. Yeah. So shall I create a user then? Taking as an example, Sandeep saying, if I'm trying to deploy some services and contain instances on EKS, the following steps will be applicable. Please confirm. We commit code to code commit. A pipeline will trigger while we'll first deploy the code on EC2 instance to perform code build, and unit will happen on EC2 instance. Once the unit test and build process is successful, then we will need another pipeline to deploy the code as a container on EKS. Steps are not correct. Can you please update the understanding? See, here you will put the code on code commit, so that is good. But then the pipeline, why you are first deploying on EC2 and then on EKS, you can directly deploy it on ECS. That is, you can directly deploy it on your this one. That is containers. You can directly deploy it with your EKS service, okay, or ECS. So there is no point of using EC2 then in picture, right? You can directly deploy it on the containers, correct, with your EKS or ECS. Okay, so that is the updates that you will do, right? Okay, so see, you don't need to worry on this, but then this is HTTPS GRC is a protocol to use with Git remote code commit. Okay, so this utility provides a simple method for pushing and pulling code from code commit repositories by extending the Git. Okay, and it is recommended method for supporting connections made with federated access, identity providers, and temporary credentials. So again, this is similar to your HTTPS, so we can just make use of HTTPS or SSH, correct? But we will do it with a what? Sanjeev, with a user account, right? So guys, shall we go and create a user account then? Yeah. So I'll go to IAM and then I'll create a user account. Fine. So let me create user. So I'll just go with IAM and I'll create a user here. You can just create any user. I'll just name it, let's say CI user. I'll provide him the access to AWS Management Console. I don't want to specify user in Identity Center. I don't want to create it in Identity Center. I just want to create an IAM user. I'll give a password to this user. Users must create a new password at next sign in. I'll just disable this. Next, I'll just give him what the administrator access, so that he will be able to use the code commit repository also. I'll attach the permission directly, and I'll just specify him the administrator access. Okay, fine. So just go to users. I'll just cancel it out. Okay, so just say add users here. Give the user a name. Let's say CI user. You'll name it. Okay. And then you would give provide user access to AWS Management Console. And then I'll just say I want to create an IAM user. And then I'll give a custom password here with which I will log in with this user. Correct. And I'll say that he should not, he doesn't need to change the password at the next login. I'll just see that. And then I'll just say next here. Then I'll just attach in the policy directly. So I'll just give him administrator access. And yes, if so if you want to search if there is explicit policy for code commit, yeah, so there is. So you can give him AWS code commit full access also, right? Okay, right? There is the explicit policy, Dibya Jyoti, for that as well. Or you can just give him the admin access and then he'll get all, even the code commit access as well, correct? Okay, and then I'll go next. And then you can create this user, right? Okay, so is it clear? So this is how we can just create this user and then we will log in with this user, right? Then we'll log in with this user. 1 second, just do this and then we'll go and log in with the user, right? What you're saying is, and then Meg Singh saying, can you repeat policy? So I just gave the administrator access policy. Okay, I've just given the admin access. Okay, I will show it to you maybe. Okay, right. So which access we have given? The administrator access. So if you see the permissions, I have given the administrator access. If you have not given, you can go to add permissions. You can say add permission, and we did this add attach policies directly, and we attach the admin access. Right. Okay, I hope that is clear to you. We will provide the access to management console because we'll be accessing this user from the console itself, correct? So provide the access through console, correct? You can give AWS code commit full access also or administrator access also. Fine. All good. So now guys, you can just log in with this user, okay? The CI user that you have created. So I'll just go to incognito window to log into this user. Why? Because if I log in from there itself, so I'll be logged out of my root account, right? So I'll go to aws.amazon.com and in the incognito window. Yeah. See, the aim is to make you understand also. Yeah. So fine. Okay. So let me log in here, right? So I'll go with the IAM user, correct? I'll give the account ID and then I'll log in, right? It's good for me, right? So here you can give that username, CI user I have given, and then the password, whatever you have chosen, right? So that's why I cannot speed up, right? So you need to search it in policies and you will find it there. Can you show the same, right? I can show you the same, but then people want me to take it faster then. And how can I take it faster if I'll show you again? Okay, let me show it to you again quickly, right? So here I'll go with CI user. And then there is the permission. And then in that, you will say add permission. Okay. And then you say attach policies directly and you will see administrator access. If you don't see it, just type it here and search it and you'll get it. And then you just say next, and you add it. Okay. So now I've logged in with that user. Okay. And from this user itself, I'll just go to what? Code commit. Right. So I'll just go with code commit. And once we are here, so where is the repository? I don't see the repository, correct? Okay, so the region is Stockholm. Okay, fine. So I need to change it to North Virginia. So just go to North Virginia and you should be able to see it then. Right, so I have it here now. If I'll go, it's a good place, by the way. Okay, yeah, fine. So now you can just go into this repository. I've never been there. I don't know how good it is. So you can get into that, right? The repository, and then you can try it out here. Well, this is running slow. I don't know why. Okay. And here you can just clone the URL. So you can clone SSH or you can clone HTTPS. So let me say I'll clone HTTPS or SSH here, right? Okay. So let's say I'll clone through HTTPS. So this is the URL. Now you can just copy this URL. Okay. You can just copy this URL and let me right now just put it in this notepad here, this URL, correct? Okay. HTTPS URL. Okay. Or you can clone, you can clone the SSH URL also. So let me clone the HTTPS URL, and that I have done, right? So this is what I have done. Now I'll just clone it with my on-premises, that is with my local Git, correct? Okay. So now in my local machine, what I'll do is I'll download the code for a sample application, right? So I'll just download that code. I'll just download and put it in some folder there, right? So I'll just get that code, sample.zip, sample app linux.zip. Okay. So I've just downloaded this code. I can just give you this zip file for this code. Okay. So I've just given you this code directly in the chat window. Okay. So yeah, why you give admin access to this user? You can give code commit full access also, or we have given admin access, right? Yashasvi, so give that. Yeah, you need to install Git for Windows on your local machine. That I was coming later, right? So this you have downloaded, correct? And then, so I'll just put it, maybe I'll just copy it and then I'll take it on my local machine. See which location I can just put it in ctemp, or maybe I can just put it in D drive also. Okay, so in the D drive, I can just create a folder, maybe any folder. Let's say I'll create a new folder and I'll just name it as temp folder. Okay. And then inside this temp folder, I'll just do what? Or I can, maybe I'll not make it complicated. I'll not put it inside a temp folder. I'll create a my demo repo folder, or maybe in temp folder, I'll go, just hold on. Here, I'll just put that code. I'll extract it here. Fine. So you need to extract it. I'll do that. So here you have extracted the code, and then inside that you are having the files, correct? So what you can do is you can just copy these files. You can just copy these files, guys, that are inside that sample app Linux folder, and you can directly put it in a folder. Maybe you can create a folder with the name my demo repo, my demo repo. Okay. And then you can just put it there. You can put those files here, right? That's it. And you can just delete these folders now. They are not required anyways, right? Even the sample Linux is not required. Okay. So you have the complete code of that sample app folder that was there in the my demo repo folder, correct? Right? Okay. 1 second. Right, so you can just have it. So inside the temp, I have this my demo repo folder, and inside that, what I have the different files like script folder. Inside script folder, I have install dependency start server, stop server. Correct. You can check for these, and then outside that you have appspec.yml, index.html, and license.txt. All these files here. Correct. Now these files I have to upload it to my repository, right? Okay. So there are two ways of doing it. Either you can just go to your code commit console and choose your repositories from the repository list, and then choose add, and then choose upload these files, and select these files and upload it there, like directly paste it there. Correct? Okay. Correct. So you can directly, so choose the file and then browse to your file to add a file and a folder. Then you enter the folder name and then file name into that file, right? So you can directly copy paste these changes, right? Okay. So that is one way, or you can do it with Git commands. So since I want to do it with my local Git commands, that is from my local Git, I want to put it onto my remote Git, right? Okay. So first of all, of course, you install Git for Windows. So if you don't have it on your machine, just install Git for Windows. I already have it on my machine, guys. So if you don't have it on your machine, you can just go to Google and you just say install Git for Windows. Okay. If you have Windows, so then you install Git for Windows. Okay. On Ubuntu, on Mac, whatever you have on your local machine as the OS. So here you can just install Git for Windows. I already have it on my machine, guys. Right. So you just download and install that on your machine if you don't have it. Okay. And then once you have that, and then you can use the Git commands to upload your files. Correct? Okay. Then you can use the Git commands to upload your file. Okay. Fine. Is that clear? Yeah. Okay. So once you have it, right? So I can just right click here. So we have to clone these files and folders that are there in my demo repo folder onto my code commit. So that we have to clone. Okay. Fine. I mean, clone SSH. You can clone any of them. So like I have cloned HTTPS, correct? Okay. So you can clone any of them. I need to go to downloads and paste it from here. Here goes that file, right? Okay. So I'll just try to go there on my PC now in the drive in the temp folder. And yeah, I'll just go inside demo repo. If I just say git bash here, right? So you can say git bash here, right? So I am in my git bash here. Okay. So I say git bash here, right? Okay. And then I'll change the directory to this. This is already there, d temp whatever. Okay. And then I would, okay, I can just do git bash here rather. Okay. So I'll just say git bash here, or rather I would do it there itself. Inside this itself, I can say git bash, not git GUI, sorry. I can just say git bash here. Okay, enlarge, I would enlarge it. Okay, so I've said git bash here. Okay, I'll just see if I can increase the font size from here, which I don't see the option. Yeah, I'll just change this. I hope this is now visible, right? Now, right? And then, so I am in this folder, and then I'll do git add. So I'll copy this command. So I'll say git add a, right? So I'll just paste this, git add a, right? And I'll just try to execute this. Okay, not a git repository or any parent repository dot git. 1 second. First, I'll do git clone, I think, right? And then I'll do git add a, right? Okay. Git bash I'm using now, right? Okay. Fine, just a second. Here, I'll just put this. Okay, let me just. Yeah, install local git on your machine that I told you. So it is cloning here. Okay. Okay, I will need this credential. Okay, I'll tell you this thing. So fine. So see, this IAM user needs the username and password through which we can clone here, right? So for that, I need to have that kind of an access for my IAM user, correct? So I'll tell you from where you can get that. So let me do it first, and then I'll explain you that thing if you have any confusion. So go to your root account, that is the global user Puru, and then out there, go to the security credentials, and then go to what? SS this thing, HTTPS grid credentials for AWS code commit. HTTPS grid credentials for AWS code commit for this user. Which user, guys? This CI user. Okay. For this CI user from your root account, Puru, you just go to CI user and then go to this one, that is HTTPS get credentials for AWS code commit, and then just say generate credentials here. Okay, and this is the username and the password that has been generated. So you can just download these credentials, and once downloaded these credentials, you can just open them up. Okay, so these are the credentials that you have got. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this username. Okay, and then I'm going to put it here. That is in this username, which it asks me when I try to clone. And then I will also get in the password here. That is this one. And then I will put that password there, right out here. And I'll say continue. Okay. So I'll say continue. So now I am, I have cloned my remote repository to my local repository, correct? So I have cloned my remote repository to my local repository. And now I will try to add the things from my local repository onto the remote repository, right? Okay. So the clone link, so it is just like git clone and then that repository name that you had cloned from there, right? Similar to this, right? You have to give your repository name here. So now I'll just try to say git add a, okay. Okay, not a git repository. It says me. Fine, I'll say git init. That's not required, I think. So I'll just say git init. Fine. And Then I'll just say git add. Oh, sorry, git add. No, it's giving me error, does not have a commit checkout. I'll just do this commit. No, what it says is untracked files, nothing added to commit, but untracked files present. Okay, let me just do it, not here. Hold on. Right, so these are there. Script this. Okay. Fine. Just hold on, guys. So I'll get these things here. So I have cloned this repository onto my machine. Now I will get into this repository and I will paste it here. And then I will do git bash here. I'll put these contents here. Okay. And I will remove it from here. And this folder I'll get into. Okay. Just a second. Fine. Here I'll try to do git add a. So see, it's working now. And then I'll say git commit. Yeah, and then I'll say git push. So see, the changes are getting copied. So I'm done, right? Okay. Now, if you have any confusion or if I've created any confusion, I'll just clear it out. Okay. So just hold on. Let me just see whether the changes are there in my code commit repository, if they are there, right? So if I go to repository, inside this, see, you have got those things, right? You have got the changes in. Yeah. So what I did, guys, basically, I'll just tell you this thing. I will just kind of go to properties, options, and then I'll go to what? I will go to the text and I'll go to this. I'll make it a 20 point, apply. Oh, fine. Okay. So fine. What you need to do first is, first of all, guys, I'll just tell you what I did. So first of all, see, what you need to do is when you log in with this user, okay, when you log in with the CI user, then at that time, what you need to do is you just go into that repository, okay, that my demo repo, and then in that you go to clone URL and you say clone HTTPS, and when you say clone HTTPS, you will get this URL link. So just copy this URL link. And what you do is you paste it in a notepad file here. Okay. And then what is the next thing that you got to do is you got to clone this code commit. Please listen very carefully, those who have not got it or those who have got it also, right? So when you clone this URL, okay, so just copy this URL on a notepad, and then what you need to do is you need to clone this code commit repository with your local Git. You need to clone this code commit repository with your local Git. And for that, guys, your user, that is the CI user, will need the code commit credentials, okay, to do that. So what you do is you go to the root account, root AWS account, that is, you go to the root AWS account, that is Puru account. And then in that, what you do is you go to the CI user, correct? You go to users and you go to that CI user. And then inside that CI user, go to security credentials. And there, if you go down, you will see this HTTPS git credentials for AWS code commit. So you just say generate credentials, and then you will get a username and password for this. You'll get a file. You just save that file. This is that file that gives the user's username and the password through which you can log in with this user from the Git to that user account onto that code commit, correct? So with this username and password that you have got, fine. Now, what you need to do is, see, you have done 2 steps till this point, right? So I've told you 2 steps. What are those 2 steps? First is go to that user account, go to that repository and say clone URL, clone HTTPS. Copy this URL, put it in your notepad. And then what you do is you go to the root account, go to that IAM user, CI user, and then go to security credentials. And then in security credentials, you need to go to HTTPS git credentials for AWS code commit. Okay. in that, you just need to say generate credentials and copy the username and password. That file you'll get, you can just download that file that will contain the username and password of that user. Now, this is the username and password of the CI user through which you can log in from your local machine. You can clone your local machine, local git on to that code commit repository. Correct? Ranjit, let me finish. Okay. I am trying to do that itself, isn't it? Right? So let me finish and then please let me know whether you have got it or not. Okay. So what I have done, I'll just repeat it. See, first of all, you have logged in with that user. You go to that repository. You say what? You say clone URL. Okay. And you clone HTTPS URL, because the ultimate aim here is to clone your local git, your laptop's repository with this remote code commit repository. Correct? So for that, make saying, let me do this and I'll tell you that, isn't it? Right? Okay, let me tell you this. I'm going step by step here. Okay, so let me finish, guys. Okay, so here, go into your remote repository. Okay, from this user, that is this CI user, and then you just say clone URL, because you have to clone this remote repository, this my demo repository with your what? With your local machine. Okay, with your local machine. Okay, so I've just copied, I said clone HTTPS, and once I said clone, so I've just copied this URL. For the time being, I'm just copying it in my notepad. So I've just copied it in my notepad. Okay, and then see, from my local machine, I will try to clone my local machine's local git repository with the code commit repository. So I will need the git credentials of that CI user. Okay, I will need what? I will need the git credentials of the CI user to actually clone my local repository with this remote my demo repository, correct? In the code commit. So for that, I went to the root user. Okay, and then from there, I went to IAM. I went to that CI user, and then in security credentials, I got this users, what? HTTPS git credentials for AWS code commit. I just generated these credentials. So I got a file, I downloaded that, and that gave me the username and password of the CI user for the git credentials. So HTTPS git credentials for AWS code commit of the CI user, I got it, through which I can actually clone my local repository with my remote repository. Okay, through which I can actually clone my local repository from my local machine with the remote repository that is in the code commit, right? So to do that, what I did then, so I went to a folder on my local machine. That is, I just went, I had given you a folder, some files. Okay. So those files that were there that I downloaded, I had given it to you. So those files were in the sample app Linux folder, right? So those files, I just copied it in a folder. That is, I went to D drive. I created a temp folder here. Okay. And then inside this temp folder, you can directly paste whatever is there inside those files. So I created a my demo repo folder, and then what you need to do is you don't need to create this my demo repo folder. So I created this my demo repo folder, but you don't need to create this my demo repo folder, guys. You can just go inside temp, like here I went in, and then here you just need to do right click. Okay. You just need to do right click. And so you don't need to manually create this my demo repo folder. You don't need to create it. Okay. This my demo repo folder is the repository name. So what the mistake that I had done is I had created this my demo repo folder manually. You don't need to create this, because this my demo repo folder will come in automatically here, because that is the name of your remote repository. So when you will clone your remote repository, that is your code commit repository, so that my demo repo folder will automatically come here, Okay. So you don't need to create this my demo repo folder. Okay. But what you need to do is you just need to go inside that temp, any folder on your machine, create a blank folder like temp on your machine, and go inside that and just right click there and say git bash here. So if you don't have local git for Windows, so you just need to download and install local git for Windows. And then when you right click here on any folder, you will see the option for git bash here. So then I said git bash here. And once I said git bash here, so what I did next is I just next thing was I just said git clone. So the first command that I did after doing git bash was git clone. So I said git clone, and so I said what? I said git clone, and then I had given this repository name, correct? So I had given this repository name there, right? Okay, so I said git clone, and I just gave this repository name. I'll paste it to you. And as soon as I gave this, guys, as soon as I gave this, so my repository from code commit got cloned with my local machine here. So I got this my demo repository from my code commit that was cloned from my code commit onto my local machine here in my temp folder. Okay, so then what I did is, then I went inside this repository on my local machine, that is my demo repository, and I copied that website content. Which content? That I got in this, which folder? In the sample app Linux folder. So that complete content, I copied it into that repository that was cloned from my code commit repository onto my local machine. Okay, this my demo repo that was cloned from my remote repository onto my local machine. So I copied all those files here, but now these files are here only. They are not present into my code commit repository. So I need to add it to this code commit repository. Anyways, this demo repo folder and this demo repo folder are cloned. Okay, so this demo repo folder and that are cloned, right? So I just pasted the contents here, and then I just put these contents onto the remote repository by putting these commands. Which commands? So I said git add a, okay, and then I said git commit m, add sample application files. I have given the message, and then I said git push. So with these three DevOps command, I was able to put the contents onto my remote repository, that is onto that my remote repository, that is the my demo repo repository into the code commit. So once I once I executed these three commands, right? So then I was able to do what? Once I put these three commands, so then I was able to copy all those files onto my remote repository. Okay, and then I just went to my remote repository. I checked it there. Okay, in code commit in repository in my demo repo repository, and I could see those files, right? Yeah, git init not required here, right? See why previously I was getting the error, why it was not working, because I had not cloned my demo repo repository from code commit onto my local repository, onto my local machine. I was trying to create that my demo repository, my demo repo repository locally itself here with a folder, and then I was trying to do it. So I had not cloned it from my remote repository, and that's why these commands were not working, right? Yeah, sure. I'll put these commands on the text as well, right? In fact, I have the complete lab of this. I'll share it with you, which contains these commands. Anyways, I'll put these commands there also, right? So yeah, I'll put all these commands there itself. Yeah. So now do let me know whosoever. Yeah, so why we are cloning Dibby is because, see, is that once we clone it, of course, we are cloning, first of all, the empty repository from code commit to a local machine. And then whatever we put it on local machine, then we can add it to the remote repository by doing git a, git commit, git push, right? Okay, so that's why we have to clone it first, so that whatever the files we'll put into that repository, then on a local machine, we can just commit it onto our remote repository then with the git push, right? So I hope that is clear to you. Clear. Okay, and then can we push code without clone from local to remote? Yeah, you can put it directly onto remote repository as well, but that is not the right way of doing it. This is, I mean, we are in this class, so we should do it this way. You can do it directly also. These things we have done earlier also. So only change, instead of git repo, we have to use AWS repo. But then there are other things that we'll do here. Does not have a commit checked fatal. See to it if the directory has been cloned, and then you get inside that folder, and then you execute these commands out there. Okay, so then you get inside that my demo repo folder, put these contents there, and then do git bash there. Okay, Download Git on your local machines, and then you will be able to see Git bash. Meg, Singh, right? Okay. So anyway, see, now I've told you, okay, what you need to do. Just try it out with that. Those who are not able to do it, I think 2 or 3 of you, others are able to do it, right? So those who are not able to do it, I've told you what you need to do. Fine. And still, if it's not done, maybe you can let me know. I can help you out at the end. Fine. But let's get ahead here now, and let's do the next step in, right? Okay. So now what you can do is we can create an instance, right? And install the code deploy agent onto it. But before, yeah, so we can just go and what we can do is we can just create an Amazon EC2 instance, let's say a Linux instance, and then I'll install the code deploy agent there. Correct? Okay. Maybe we can just do this step and then we can go in for the break. Will that be okay with you? And then we can do the break after after EC2 instance, before code deploy, right? Okay. So just go to EC2, guys, and let's create a simple EC2 instance wherein I will deploy my code. Okay. Fine. So just go to instances. Okay. Why I'm going with CI user? I can just go with the root user. Okay. So I'll go to EC2. Anyways, I can go from there also. He's having the admin permission. But you can just go to EC2 with your root user, and then you can create an instance, right? So what I'm going to do in this step, guys, see EC2 part, in this step, you create the Amazon EC2 instance where you deploy a sample application, correct? So in this step, we will create an Amazon EC2 instance where we'll deploy a sample application. As a part of this process, I'll create an instance role that allows to install and manage and do the management of the code deploy agent on the instance, correct? So as a part of this process, create an instance role that allows install and management of the code deploy agent for the instance, correct? Okay, so I'll create an EC2 instance, then I will also create a role that will allow me to install and manage the code deploy agent on the instance. Okay, so the code deploy agent is a software package that enables an instance to be used in code deploy deployments. Okay, so you also attach policies that allows the instance to fetch files that the code deploy agent uses to deploy your application and to allow the instance to be managed by SSM. Okay, so that's what we will do here, right? So guys, in this step, we'll create Amazon. In this step, we'll create Amazon EC2 instance where you deploy a sample application, correct? And as a part of this process, we'll create an instance role also that allows, as a part of this process, create an instance role that allows install and management of code deploy agent on the instance. Okay. And the code deploy agent is a software package that enables an instance to be used in code deploy deployments. So you also attach the policies that allows the instance to fetch files that the code deployment agent uses to allow to deploy your application and to allow the instance to be managed by SSM. So let's create this thing, right? Okay, and install the agent. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll need a role for this. Break. Fine. So see, we need a role. So before creating an EC2 instance, I'll create a role first. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll first create a role. Okay. So I'll go to IAM here and I'll first create a role. Okay. For my EC2. And that role will allow, so I'll create an instance role that allows install and management of the code deploy agent on the instance so that the code deploy agent can be installed on my EC2 instance. For that, I'll create a role. And guys, what is code deploy agent? It's a software package that enables an instance to be used in the code deploy deployments. Okay, fine. So I'll create a role. So I'll go to roles here. Okay, and I'll say create a role. And in the trusted entity type, I'll select EC2 because I want to create this role for my EC2. Correct. So I'll select EC2 and then I'll go to next permissions. I want to create this role. I want to assign a policy to this role. So I will search for and I'll select the policy named Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy because I want to create it for code deploy. Correct. Right. So I'll search for a built-in policy, that is Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy, right? So I'll just try to search for that Amazon, or I can just maybe search for Code Deploy here, and I'll just find it. Okay, so this is the one, I think. No, Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy. See, this is even Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy. This is what I'll select. What I did, I came to roles. Okay, and in roles, I said create a role. So I want to create a role for which service? For my EC2 service, because I want to have this role working on my EC2 instance. Okay, so use case is EC2, and then I said next. Okay, and then what I'll select in the trusted and in the permissions, what I'll select, I'll search for the policy named Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy, correct? Because I want to have it for my Code Deploy, correct? So I'll just search for Code Deploy here and I'll get it. So here it is, Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy. So I'll just select this permission, correct? Okay, fine. So I'll just go with that. And I will also select another role. That is, I will search for and select another policy here, rather the role, another policy, that is, I'll also select Amazon SSM managed instance core policy, correct? So you can just search for SSM instance, SSM managed, and maybe I can search for it. No, it's not showing me. Okay, I'll need to remove this and SSM managed. Yeah. This is the one. See, Amazon SSM managed instance core. This also policy I will select. So these two policies I will select, and then I will say next. So those two policies selected. Next I'll say, and I'll give this role a name. So I will enter a name for this role. So I'll say EC2 instance role. Okay, EC2 instance role. So it allows EC2 instances to call AWS services on your behalf. That's all good. Fine. And so I have added two permissions here, Amazon SSM managed instance cores and Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy. And then I'll create this role. Right, guys. Now, why I have added these two permissions? So I've written it here. See, in the EC2 part, you will create Amazon EC2 instance where you will deploy your sample application. So I'll create my Amazon EC2 instance. But before that, as a part of this process, I will create an instance role that I'm creating that allows install and management of AWS Code Deploy agent on my instance, right? Okay, so that will allow the installation and management of my Code Deploy agent on my EC2 instance, correct? Okay, so for that, I will create this role. I'm creating this role because this role will allow my Code Deploy agent to be installed and manage my EC2 instance. So I will create an instance role that allows install and management of my Code Deploy agent on my EC2 instance. Now, why I'll need the Code Deploy agent? So Code Deploy agent is a software package that enables an instance to be used in Code Deploy deployment so that I can deploy my application on my EC2 instance with Code Deploy. So I want the Code Deploy to deploy the application on my EC2 instance. So for that, I need a Code Deploy agent of Code Deploy to be installed on my EC2 instance, correct? Okay, so that's why I'm creating a role that allows install and management of the Code Deploy agent on my EC2 instance, correct? And in that role, I will attach the policies that allows the instance to fetch files that the Code Deploy agent uses. So that Code Deploy agent will use some files so that I will allow it, I will give it through the policies, right? So I will also attach the policies that allows the instance to fetch the files that the Code Deploy agent uses to deploy your application and to allow the instance to be managed by SSM. Okay, so that is why I am including two policies, okay, with my role. And which are those two policies that I am including are the Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy and what? Amazon SSM managed core, Amazon SSM managed instance core, right? So these two policies I am putting it here, right? So see, what is SSM? What is Amazon SSM? So SSM stands for Simple Systems Manager. Okay, so Amazon EC2 Simple Systems Manager, that is SSM, is an Amazon Web Services tools that allows an IT professional to automatically configure virtual servers in a cloud or in on-premises data center, right? So it can do it automatically, correct, with the SSM. Yeah, so that is there, right? I'll tell you more onto it. Just hold on, right? So it will use the SSM services automatically, right? I'll give you this also. I'll give you this link also on the same. How to know which policy is required? See, because you want the code deploy agent on this EC2 instance, so that's why you will need the this particular policy, Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy, and you want that to be taken care of automatically here, and then you are deploying the SSM policy here, right? Okay. Yeah, so SSM managed instance course is an AWS managed policy, that the policy for Amazon EC2 role to enable AWS Systems Manager service core functionality, okay, that it can do. This is the AWS documentation for the same. We will just create this role then, right, with these things in picture. Fine. So now with this role in picture, now just create an EC2 instance, right? So you've just created this role. Now just go to EC2 and create the EC2 instance, and then so EC2 instance, you all know how you can do it. So just create this EC2 instance, right? So I'll just say instances, and I'll just launch the EC2 instance, correct? And then I'll give the name to my EC2 instance. So let's say I'll give it a name as my code pipeline demo. We are creating the EC2 instance with the root user, okay. But then this EC2 instance wants to communicate with other service, or other service wants to communicate with this EC2 instance, like Code Deploy, correct? So then there is a communication between two services like Code Deploy and EC2 instance, and you don't want to do it with the help of an IAM user, correct? So then you have to do it with the help of role. So role works on your behalf, so that will make your EC2 instance to communicate with Code Deploy, isn't it? Yeah. Because at that, see, you're creating this EC2 instance with the root user, but you're not making this EC2 instance to communicate with that code deploy service with the root user, right? That will be done by this EC2 instance with that code deploy automatically. So that will be a communication between two different services like code deploy and the EC2 instance. So communication from two different services can be done with the help of either an IAM user or with the help of roles. So here you are doing it with the role. So you will make that code deploy to communicate with your EC2 instance, and of course to deploy the code on your EC2 instance. Okay, then there are hundreds of policies up there. How could you distinguish between them, that which one we require? So the name itself suggests, right? So here, like you had given the Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy, right? You want the Code Deploy agent to be installed on your EC2 instance, and that's why you had given that policy, EC2 role for Code Deploy. And anyways, I am going to give you this demo, right? So my code deploy demo, or code pipeline demo, the name of this EC2 instance you have given. And then, fine. So then you just go with the application and OS images, that is Amazon machine image. So I can just go with Amazon Linux. Okay. And I can just go with Amazon Linux 2023 or Amazon Linux 2 AMI, whatever good. So let me go with Amazon 2 Linux AMI, correct? And I'll go with T2 micro, okay, as the instance type. And then in the key pair, you can proceed without a key pair also, or you can create a new key pair, or you can use an existing key pair also. So let's say I will generate a new key pair, my KP 14523, okay, and I'll go with a PPK key pair. What happened? Fine. So I just gave that my KP, okay, and then what? Then in the network settings, I can go with the default network settings, right? So, or otherwise I can just edit this. I can go with the default VPC, correct? And subnet, I can go with no preference, or maybe I can select this VM to be in any of the availability zone in any subnet, or I'll go with no preference. And to assign public IP, I'll just have it enabled, right? And I'll have in the security group. Now in the security group, I can give I can use an existing security group or create a new security group. So I can assign any name to my security group or go with the default name. So I'm going with the default name. Now I'll just allow two traffics here, SSH from anywhere and HTTP from anywhere. SSH you can allow from your IP also or from anywhere. And then I will add another security group rule wherein I will allow HTTP from anywhere, correct? HTTP from anywhere. Okay. So I'm just allowing two traffics here in the security group rule, HTTP and SSH from anywhere. Okay. And that is good. And then just go down and storage. You can go with the hard disk as 8 GB of storage for the root volume. That's good. And then in the advanced details, I will choose that role. Correct? Which role I'll choose, guys? So where is that? In IAM instance profile, I'll choose that role, correct? So that I have created. Do you need to choose that role or do you not need to choose that role? Well, tell me. Of course you need to. So you will choose that role, EC2 instance role, right? That I had created. And that's it. And then I'll say launch this instance. I don't need to change anything else. I'll just say launch this instance. I'll just quickly go through these steps, what I've done here. Nothing new. So I've given the name, my code pipeline demo, then the application in OS image that I selected Amazon Linux. And I just went with not 2023, but Linux 2, Amazon Linux 2. You can go with any Linux version also, right? And then I went with T2 Micro, selected a key pair, created a new key pair, then went with default VPC, default subnet. Auto assign public IP was enabled. Then in the security group, I just enabled SSH and HTTP traffic from anywhere. Okay. And then gone with the default storage, 8 GB of storage. And then in the advanced details, I just in the IAM instance profile, I've just given that role name. Okay. And that's it. And then I am going to create this instance. Nothing else changed. Yeah. If you're not giving the role right now, you can give it later on as well, right? You can attach the role later on as well to your instance. Should not be a problem. Right? But we have our role created, so we are attaching it right away. Yeah. Okay. So now what we'll be doing is we will be now creating the code deploy. Okay. So we will then in the next step, that is in step number 4, we will create an application in code deploy. Okay. See the two policies that we had created with that role were, let me tell you, they were the two policies that is Amazon. Yeah. So the two policies that we had it with the role were Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy. This one was the first policy, and I will just put it in the notepad here. Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy and Amazon SSM managed instance core, right? This one, right? I think first you had specified was incorrect. So guys, now let's get to the next step. That is, now what I'll do is, the first step what we did, I'll just put it here. So the first step we did was to create a code commit repository. And then in the second step, what we did is we added a sample code to our code commit repository through our local Git. Okay. And then in the step number 3, what we did is we created an Amazon EC2 Linux instance and installed the code deploy agent on that. Correct? So that's what we did in the 3 steps. Now in step number 4, what we'll do is we'll create an application in code deploy. Okay. So this is the step number 4 that I'll be doing here now. That is create an application in code deploy. This is step number 4. And then the step number 5 that I'll do will be my create your first pipeline in code pipeline, right? So that would be my step number 5. And then in step number 6, I will show you that when I'll modify the code in my code commit repository, so that change will be reflected onto my EC2 instance automatically, right? So I'll modify the code in your code commit repository. Fine. So that's what we'll do. And yeah, then you can clean up the resources in step number 7. So yeah, so in step number 3, we have already done that. That is created an Amazon Linux EC2 instance and install the code deploy agent, right? Fine. And okay, we did not install what? Code deploy agent? No, see, when we install, like when we put the role on our EC2 instance, that role that we had, right? So that itself installs the code deploy agent on your EC2 instance, isn't it? That role itself. So you don't need to install it separately. So see, as a part of the process, create an instance role that allows install and management of the code deploy agent on the instance. So once you have created the role and you have attached it to your EC2 instance, so that allows installation and management of the code deploy agent on the EC2 instance. And that is nothing, code deploy agent is nothing but a software package that enables an instance to be used in the code deploy deployments, right? So we had attached that role, and with that role itself, that allows the installation and management of the code deploy agent on my instance. So I don't have to do it explicitly. Okay, that role will do it for me. Okay, so I have attached that role to my EC2 instance, created and attached that, right? So as good as I've installed the code deploy agent on my EC2 instance, I can say. Okay, is that clear? Yeah. So now, now we will create an application in the code deploy, right? So we will go with step number 4, creating an application in the code deploy. Right, guys. So see, in code deploy, an application is a resource that contains the software application you want to deploy, right? So an application is nothing but a resource that contains the software application that you want to deploy. Okay, fine. So I'll have an application that is there with my code commit, okay, in the repository. And that is nothing but a resource that contains the software application that you want to deploy on your EC2 instance. So in code deploy, an application is a resource that contains the software application you want to deploy. So later you use this application with code pipeline to automate deployments of the sample application to your Amazon EC2 instance. And later you will use this application with code pipeline to automate the deployments of sample application to your Amazon EC2 instance. So that you can automatically deploy the sample application to Amazon EC2 instance. And if there is any change in the code, that will be automatically deployed on your Amazon EC2 instance with the help of code pipeline. So first you create a role. So again, here also first I'll create a role that allows code deploy to perform the deployments on my EC2 instance. Then you create a code deploy application. Then I'll create a code deploy application, guys, right? Fine. So I'll do that. Okay. So see, in code deploy, as I said, an application is a resource that contains the software application you want to deploy. So later you use this application with code pipeline to automate deployments of the sample application to your Amazon EC2 instance. So first, guys, you will create a role that allows your code deploy service to perform the deployments. And then you create a code deploy application, correct? So first, let us go and let us create again a role that will allow my code deploy service to perform the deployments on my EC2 instance, to deploy my application on my EC2 instance. Let's create a role so that my code deploy service can get the authority, can get the access to deploy the application onto my EC2 instance. So let's create a role for that. So shall I create that code deploy service role, guys? Shall I create a role for my code deploy so that my code deploy can talk to EC2, can deploy the application onto my EC2 instance? Yes. Shall I go and do that? So again, you can go to IAM. So again, you can go to IAM, guys. Okay. And you can go to roles here. And I can say create a role. And now in the trusted entity type, guys, what should I choose? Should I choose EC2 or code deploy? Should I choose EC2 or code deploy? Of course, code deploy, because I want my code deploy to have the access to deploy an application on my EC2 instance. So I'll choose a service that is code deploy. From here, code deploy, I'll select that. So I'll just go with code deploy. Okay. So select code deploy and then select code deploy for just code deploy, not for Lambda, not for ECS. If you want to have it on container instances deployment, then you can go for code deploy ECS. Otherwise, code deploy just here. If you want to have it on your EC2 instance, right? So just go with code deploy and then go next. And see, with this particular role, the code, like with some roles, the policy is auto-assigned, right? So like with this role, the AWS Code Deploy role policy is automatically assigned here, right? So AWS Code Deploy role manage policy is already attached to this role. You need to go with that, and then you need to go ahead and give the name to this role and create this role. Why another role? Explain one. So see, one thing, the first role that you had, that did what? That installed the code deploy agent on your EC2 instance. Okay, fine. So that installed the code deploy agent on your EC2 instance. Now, this role that you are creating is actually giving your code deploy service the access to your EC2 instance so that it can deploy an application on your EC2 instance. Is it clear? So your EC2 instance wants to talk to your code deploy, plus your code deploy also wants to deploy an application on your EC2 instance, right? Okay. I'll just write this for Badal, audible to others. Good now? Okay, fine. So that is there. And with this role of code deploy, one policy is auto assigned to this. Go with that. That is AWS Code Deploy role policy. It's auto assigned, and just go with that, right? This is the manage policy, and then just say next. I don't need to explicitly assign any policy here. I'll just go with that default policy that is auto assigned. And now here I need to give the name to this role, guys. So you can give any name, or you can use this name. That is code deploy role. Okay. You can give any name. That will not make a difference. Okay. So it allows code deploy to call AWS services such as auto scaling on your behalf. So it will allow AWS Code Deploy to call my EC2 on my own behalf also, right? On my behalf. That is on the user's behalf as well. That is the auto scaling service also. So I'll say create this role. So guys, this is also created, right? Fine. So is it clear till this point? So shall we go ahead and create an application in Code Deploy? I was like, why he wants me to press F9? Then I got it fine. Okay, good one. Can you please go to users to see those roles which we needed? Yes, of course. Like in the roles, you can see it, Badal. And there are built-in roles and your created roles. So you can just search for those roles, and those roles must be here. So the one that we created right now, see Code Deploy role, you have it here. Okay. And inside that role, the default policy permission is there, AWS Code Deploy role policy. And then the other role that we had created before was which one? EC2 instance role, I think, right? So if you just see, you have that. And in that, you had given two policies, Amazon EC2 role for AWS Code Deploy and Amazon SSM managed instance code, right? So that is also there. Please go inside users if those roles are reflecting there. See which user you want to get inside. Like, I mean, see, users are like this user is there. So do you want to go into the user account and see that? See, in this user, it will not come in directly. I mean, if you want to log in into that account, I'm already logged in. And if from that account, if you want to go to IAM, that is of no sense, isn't it? But if you want to go to IAM from this user, well, you can log in with that any user. And if he is having the admin access, not just this user or any other user, if he has the admin access, you'll be able to see that role there, right? EC2 instance role and the other role also, because he's having the admin access. Fine. So now what I'll do, guys, as a next step is, now I'll create an application in Code Deploy. Okay. So let's create an application in Code Deploy. Okay. So go to Code Deploy. Okay. So go to Code Deploy, guys, and create an application here. Fine. So go to applications here, right? And nothing appears on the application because you have not created an application. So choose create application here, right? So create an application. So choose create application here, because guys, you will be deploying the code through your Code Deploy. But for that, first you have to create the application, let the code come there, and then you will deploy it on your EC2 instance. So I'll say create an application. And then in the application name, I can give any name to my application. Let's say I give the name as my demo application, right? I'm just giving the name as my demo application here. And see, in the compute platform, choose a compute platform. So where you want to deploy this application, guys, tell me what should be the compute platform like? EC2, correct? So go with EC2/on-premises, okay? And then choose create application, okay? If you want to deploy it on-premises also, again, the same option. And see, there are other options also, AWS Lambda and ECS, if you want to deploy in Lambda or ECS. So then you can say create application, okay? So application created. Now what? Now you'll have to create a deployment group in the application, correct? So I've written it here. So first you create a role that allows Code Deploy to perform deployments. Then you create a Code Deploy application. So I've created a role also. Then I've created a Code Deploy application also. Now the next step is to create a deployment group in Code Deploy. Now a deployment group is a resource that defines deployment related settings like which instances to deploy to and how fast to deploy them, right? So this deployment group will actually decide, is nothing but a resource that defines the deployment related settings, like to which instances we have to deploy the code, because there can be a number of EC2 instances, but you may not want to deploy your code on all the EC2 instances in your account. So to which EC2 instances you want to deploy the code and how fast you want to deploy it to them. Okay, so that is something that you can select with that you can decide with the deployment group, right? So let's do that. Okay, so I'll say, so once this application has been created, guys, I'll not click on deployments here. Rather, in the down itself, there is something called as deployment group when you have created the application. So just click on create deployment group or create deployment group here. And then, so a deployment group is a resource that defines deployment related settings, like which instances to deploy to and how fast to deploy them, your application, correct? Or the code. So on the page that displays your application, choose deployment group. I've done that. And then I'll enter the deployment group name here. Guys, I hope it is not slow. It is not fast. It is going as you can get it. Yes or no? Okay. Shall I speed up or is it fine for others? Because there are some queries coming up in between. So that's why you may feel it a bit slow. Fine. Okay. So in deployment group, I'll say enter the deployment group name. So I'll say my deployment group. And then what? In the service role, right? In the service role, I will choose the service role that I have selected before, that I have created before. Now, which service role I should specify here, guys? Can you tell me? Which service role? The service role that I had created for my code deploy? Yes or no? Right? So yes. So the name of that is code deploy role. So as soon as you click here, you will see that role and you select that. And under the deployment type, see, I explained you this in place blue-green deployment. Do you remember that? So I don't need to explain it to you again. Correct. So I'll just go with in place deployment here. And then environment configuration. So choose EC2 instances here. So where you want to deploy it. So select any combination of Amazon EC2 auto scaling groups, EC2 instances, and on-premises instances to add to this deployment. So you can go with EC2 auto scaling group, EC2 instances, on-premise instances. So what I have right now, the only one EC2 instance, not an auto scaling group, not on-premise instance. So I'll go with Amazon EC2 instance, correct? Where I want to deploy the code, right? And then in the key name, in the key field, what I'll type name and in the value. So where I want to deploy it, guys, on which EC2 instance. See, with this deployment, deployment group, I can decide on which EC2 instances I want to deploy this particular application or the code. So on my EC2 instance that I created, I want to deploy the code. So what is the name of that? My code pipeline demo, right? That was the name that I had given. And as soon as you click here, you will see that name. If you don't see it, you can type it, right? That name. So the code would be deployed on my EC2 instance, the name I have specified here, right? Okay. If you have on-premises instances, you can choose that, right? Okay. So under the agent configuration with AWS Systems Manager, choose now and schedule updates, right? Okay. So what it asks you that install AWS Code Deploy agent never or only once, or you say now and scheduled updates. That means it is like it would be installed now and whenever there are any updates. So that also, those updates also would be done by your code deploy agent on your EC2 instance. So you can say only once, or you can say now and scheduled updates, right? So see, complete the required prerequisites before AWS Systems Manager can install the code deploy agent. Make sure that the AWS Systems Manager agent is installed on all instances and attach the required IAM policies to them. So now read out this message and tell me one good thing. Have we already satisfied this requirement? And if so, then when we have achieved it, by which policy have we achieved it? Correct, right? So that SSM policy. Complete the required prerequisite before AWS Systems Manager can install the code deploy agent. So this AWS Systems Manager has the capability to install the code deploy agent on your EC2 instance, but that it can do only if you have given that policy, SSM policy in that role. So make sure that the AWS Systems Manager agent is installed on all the instances and attach the required IAM policies to them. So you have installed the agent and also attach the policy, SSM policy to that, right? And then install AWS Code Deploy agent. I'll say now and schedule updates. So it would be installed now and when the scheduled updates are there. So this installs the agent. So what this will do is, so this will install the agent on the instance. So this installs the agent on the instance. So the Linux instance is already configured with the SSM agent and will now be updated with the code deploy agent, right? So you know one thing, that my Linux instance is already configured with SSM agent, guys, and now will be updated with the code deploy agent now. Okay, so I'll just go with basic scheduler. That's okay, the default settings. And then deployment settings, in deployment configuration, what I'll do is code deploy default all at once, or I'll go with one at a time, or code deploy default half at a time. So what happens with this? Can you tell me? All at once, half at a time, all at once, or one at a time? So it is like how you want to deploy the code on your EC2 instance. If there are multiple EC2 instances, correct? So will it be installed on all the instances at a time, all at once, or half at a time on half EC2 instances at a time, or maybe one at a time? Correct? Correct? Fine. So we anyways have just one instance, guys, right? But if we have multiple instances, then we can go with different options, as I told you. So if I have 4 instances, if I say all at a time, so on all the 4 instances, it would be deployed at once. If I say one at a time, so one instance, it would be deployed at once. And if I say half at a time, so out of 4, at 2 instances, it would be deployed at once. Anyways, I just have one instance. I can go with one at a time. So that is also fine. And then in the load balancer thing, so here, I don't need to select enable load balancing, right? Because I have not created a load balancer, because I have not created multiple EC2 instances. But guys, if you have 3, 4, 5 multiple instances, so of course you should be balancing the load across those instances through a load balancer, correct? So then you can have a load balancer in picture, right? So here, do I need to select this enable load balancing? Does it make any sense? No. So I can just deselect this. Okay. And that's it. And this is not required triggers as such. So if you want to create some trigger or alarms, you can do that. Rollbacks if the deployment is incomplete. So you can roll back as well. But this all is not required. These advanced settings. So you can just create the deployment group, guys. Right? So shall I create the deployment group then? Yes. Yeah. So create the deployment group then. Fine. So what I did here is in the step number 4, I did 3 things. Okay. In step number 4, I did 3 things. First, I created a role. Okay. So in code deploy, an application is a resource that contains the software application you want to deploy, right? So later you use this application with code pipeline to automate deployments of the sample application to your Amazon EC2 instance. So I did 3 things here. First, you create a role that allows code deploy to perform the deployments. So what I did, I went to IAM, I selected, I'll just quickly recap it for you. Okay. So what I did, I went to IAM, and then what I did there, I just created a role there, right? So I said create a role, and then I went with what? I said create role, and then I selected AWS Code Deploy, AWS service as what? As my code deploy, and then I selected code deploy here. And there was a default policy in build policy that was there, AWS Code Deploy. I just went with that. I said next, and I gave my role a name, code deploy role, and then I just created that role. So that was the one thing that I did. And then what I did is second thing, I created an application in code deploy. So then I went to code deploy. Okay, code deploy. And then I created an application in code deploy. So what I did, I went to applications, and then I said create application. I gave the application a name and compute platform where I want to deploy it. So I said EC2 on premises, and I said create application. And as soon as I created the application, there was an option to deploy the code. Okay, that is code deployment. So I just went with that in the deployments, and then I just deployed my code out there. Okay. So in the deployment configuration, I just specified I said create deployment configuration for that application. I chose the name of that deployment configuration, and then I said the compute platform as EC2 on premises, and then this was not required. And then other settings that came there, I just selected that. Okay. And that's what I just selected that, and I created the code deployment there, right? Code deployment configuration. Is that clear to you? Yeah, in that I specified this thing, that is code deploy one at a time. I said, okay, And then I said, I didn't selected any other matrix, right? So that is how I went about it. Fine. Okay. So all good. Right. So you had the deployment configurations. Yeah. See, this was my demo application. I went with the deployment group. I created this deployment group. So what I did, I did the deployment group name. Then I entered the service role that I had created. In place deployment, I had said, and then I said environment configuration on my Amazon EC2 instances. I said, okay, I want to deploy it. And then I went with now in scheduled updates, deployment setting. I said one at a time because I had just one instance. Load balance I didn't go with. That's it. And I created the deployment group, right? So I've shown you these options as well. Fine. So it's there. Okay. Now, guys, what is the next thing? So what is the next step? So, okay. This step number 4, is it clear to everybody of you? Yeah. Is it clear to all of you? Yes. Okay. So now what is the next step? And that is one of the major steps here, right? So now, guys, you are ready to create and run your first pipeline. Okay, fine. So you will create and run your first pipeline. So in this step, you will create a pipeline. So which step I'm going to do now? That is create your first pipeline in code pipeline, step number 5, right? So I can say that you are now ready to create and run your first pipeline. So in this step, you create a pipeline that runs automatically whenever a code is pushed in your code commit repository. So whenever a code is pushed in the code commit repository, or whenever the code is changed in the code commit repository, this pipeline will auto run, right? So your pipeline is configured to run whenever code changes are made in your code commit repository. So in this step, you make changes to the HTML file that is a part of the sample code deploy application in the code commit repository. And when you push these changes, your pipeline runs again, and the changes you make are visible at the web address you accessed earlier. I will show you that. Okay. So I will first create a pipeline. I'll show you on your Amazon EC2 instance that application would be running, would be deployed. And then I will make some changes in that code in my code commit repository, and I will show you that those changes will be auto run, will be auto deployed onto my EC2 instance, and the changes will be reflected onto my EC2 instance because this pipeline would be there to do it, right? So you use code pipeline to deploy code maintained in a code commit repository to a single EC2 instance here. So your pipeline is triggered when you push a change to the code commit repository, and the pipeline deploys your changes to an Amazon EC2 instance using code deploy as the deployment service. Okay. So the pipeline deploys your changes to an Amazon EC2 instance using code deploy as the deployment service. So how the pipeline will deploy the changes or will deploy the code to Amazon EC2 instance using code deploy as the deployment service, right? Okay. So the pipeline will have 2 stages: source stage, that will be pointing to the code commit repository, source stage, that is source for your code commit source action, and deployment stage, that is deploy for your code deploy deployment action. Correct? Okay. So that's what we will do, guys. Okay. So let's go and do this. In code deployment, what we need to select? In place, select, go for in place, or blue green is there. You can go for in place. Yeah. So guys, is it clear? Yeah. Shall I go now and create my first pipeline? Right. So you are ready to create and run your first pipeline. So shall we go and create a pipeline that runs automatically when code is pushed to your code commit repository, right? Shall we go and do that? Yeah. So let's go and do that. Okay. Let me go there. Let me go to code pipeline here. And what I'll do here is I'll say create pipeline. Okay. So just say what? Create pipeline. Okay. And then here you can give your pipeline a name. So I'll just name it as my first pipeline. Correct? You can give this name or a different name, up to you. You can give the name your first pipeline, right? And then in the service role, choose new service role to allow code pipeline to create a service role in IAM. So see, now whatever the roles that you have created, how many roles have you created anyways till this point in this particular lab? 2 roles, correct? One for the EC2 and one for the code deploy, correct? So whatever you have created the roles that you have attached, one to your EC2 instance, one to your code deploy. But now this service, that is code pipeline, this also will like to do what? Would like to create a pipeline and would like the code to be deployed on the EC2 instances automatically whenever there is a change in the code commit repository. So also this will need a service role, right? So in the service role, you will choose a new service role to allow the code pipeline to create a service role in IAM, right? Okay, so I'll go with new service role and see the role name. It will auto create AWS Code Pipeline service role, US East 1, my first pipeline with this name. So I'll go with this default name, right? Fine. So in the service role, choose new service role to allow code pipeline to create a service role in IAM, right? And that's it. And see, it is what allows AWS Code Pipeline to create a service role. So it can be used with this new pipeline. Yeah, I'll allow this. Okay. And that's it. And then leave the advanced settings to their defaults, right? Default location, create a default artifact store. So what it will use in intermediary in the artifact. So you can go with the default location. Okay. And the encryption key also default. AWS managed key. So go with these default settings and then you choose next. And now here in the step number 2, you need to add the source stage, right? So guys, which is my source? Who is the source provider? From where the code will come? This is where you stored your input artifacts for your pipeline. So choose the provider and then provide the connection detail. So that is AWS Code Commit, right? So here in the repository, what I'll choose? Code Commit. Okay, so see, there are different providers, right? You could have your code in Code Commit, ECR, that is Elastic Container Registry, S3, Bitbucket, GitHub version 1.2, GitHub Enterprise Server. Okay, I'll go with Code Commit here. And then when I'll, in the repository name, what I'll do is, I'll choose the name of my Code Commit repository that I had created in my step number 1. So what was that? My demo repo, I think, right? So it will auto come here. Otherwise, you can give it. So my demo repo. And then, of course, the branch was what? It was the master branch, okay, of that Code Commit repository. Then what? See, it will then give you this option. That is what it will tell you. It will display the message that Amazon CloudWatch events rule to be created for this pipeline. You can go with that. Choose a detection mode to automatically start your pipeline when a change occurs in the source code, right? So Amazon CloudWatch event or AWS Code Pipeline, right? So change in the code detection, right? So how, see, whenever now, see, the code pipeline has to be triggered at what times, guys? So whenever there is a change in the repository, so this code pipeline should be triggered and then it should auto run and then that new code should be deployed on your EC2 instance with the help of Code Deploy service, correct? Automatically. So for that, this code pipeline has to be triggered so that it can ask the Code Deploy to get those changes of code commit onto your EC2 instances automatically, correct? So, I mean, this whenever the code in the code commit repository will be changed, so this code pipeline should be triggered, should run automatically, and the changes should be deployed onto your EC2 instances automatically, right? So for that, when the changes will occur, this will run automatically. But guys, how it will come to know that the changes have occurred in your code commit repository? So how it will come to know? So you can just watch out for that using CloudWatch events, correct? So that is a recommended way of doing it. So choose a detection mode to automatically start your pipeline when a change occurs in the source code. Right? So Amazon CloudWatch events are recommended. So use Amazon CloudWatch events to automatically start my pipeline when a change occurs. Correct? So whenever a change occurs, so then choose Amazon CloudWatch events to automatically start my pipeline whenever change occurs. Right? So that CloudWatch can see that changes and then it can make your pipeline run then. Okay. Or you can use AWS Code Pipeline to check periodically for the changes. But guys, it's recommended to go with CloudWatch and that will monitor for the changes. And whenever there is a change in the code, so this pipeline will auto run. Okay. Is that clear? And yeah. So that is there. Yeah. And then you can go with this code pipeline default, right? Artifact format. And then you can just choose next here, right? Now see this build stage. So this is an optional stage. So build means like you want to compile your code or not, right? So anyways, guys, I don't want to compile my code because I don't have anything like I've not written any program or something like that I want to compile in my code, correct? So I don't have something to be compiled in my code. So I'll not go with a build provider. Anyways, this is a tool this is the tool of your build project. Provide build artifact details like operating system, build spec file, and output file names if you want to build it, right? So you can make use of AWS Code Build to do the compilation, the build, or you can make use of Jenkins as well. But I don't need that, so I'll skip the build stage here, right? And then you can choose the OK to the warning message, right? So your pipeline will not include a build stage. Are you sure you want to skip this stage? So I'll say OK, skip, right? So because in this project, we are deploying the code that requires no build service, so you can skip this step. However, if your source code needs to be built before it is deployed to your instances, then you can configure code build in this step, or you can go with Jenkins also. Or if you want to use the AWS proprietary, then of course you should go with code build only, right? Then in the deploy stage, now in the deploy provider, what I should choose? Who is going to deploy it? Which is my deploy provider? Which is my deploy provider, guys? Can you tell me? Code deploy, CD, correct, right? So I'll select code deploy. So what I'll select code deploy. See, here it is, right? And as soon as I select code deploy, then comes in the other option region. It is in US East North Virginia. What is the application name like? For my code deploy, which application I have created? My demo application, guys, with the name my demo application. So it appears here. Select that. If it doesn't appear here, you can just give your own name. I mean, not your own name. You can just see that name and give it here. And in the deployment group, so I had created the deployment group also with code deploy. So see, with code deploy, I had created two things. First is the deployment. One is the application, and then the deployment group name, right? So what is the deployment group name that I had created? My demo deployment group. Okay. So this appears here. If it doesn't appear here, you can go and check and give it here. So my demo deployment group. Correct? Is it clear to you guys? Yes or no? So we are coming to the end of this, right? So then choose next. Okay. This step, we are coming to the end of it. And then here you can review the settings, and then you can choose create, right? So you can just review the settings. I'll just go through it again. So in the pipeline settings, you had given the pipeline name as my first pipeline, correct? Service role, you said, okay, auto create it. And then action provider. So which was the source I had given? Code commit. In that, the repository I had selected, which I had created my demo repo, master branch name. And then in the build stage, I just skipped that. Okay, so no build. And in the deploy stage, I specified AWS Code Deploy. And then given the application name that I had created in Code Deploy, my demo application, deployment group name as my demo deployment group that I had created there. Right, guys? And then I'll choose create pipeline here, right? So the pipeline will start running after it is created. So it will download the code from your code commit repository and will creates a code deploy deployment to your EC2 instance. Okay. So you can view the progress and success and failure messages at the code deployment sample deploys the web page to your Amazon EC2 instance in the code deploy deployments. Okay, fine. So see, the source is success, right? So it has been able to get the code from code commit repository. So it succeeded. Okay, and then in the deploy stage is in progress. So that code is now being deployed on your EC2 instance, guys. So see, first step done. From source, it is able to fetch the code, and then now it is trying to deploy it on your EC2 instance. And if this succeeds, then you are all good, right? That means the code has been deployed on your EC2 instance. So it is trying to deploy, and see, it succeeds, right, guys? See, it succeeds. So deployment also succeeded, and like the code fetching from code commit repository has succeeded first, and then it has been deployed on your EC2 instance. So congratulations, guys. You have created a simple pipeline in Code Pipeline, right? Now you have to verify the results, right? So what I did here, see, the pipeline started running after it created, and it downloaded the code from your code commit repository, because this step succeeded means it was able to download the code from your code commit repository, and then it created a code deploy deployment to your EC2 instance in step 2, this one, right? Okay. So I saw the progress here, and success or failure message were expected. So I got a success message, both green ticks, right? That means the code pipeline sample page has deployed the web page to my Amazon EC2 instance in the code deploy deployment, right? Okay. So fine. So this is all good. So congratulations, you just created a simple pipeline in Code Pipeline, and now you can verify the results as well. Okay. So you can just go to your EC2 instance, just get the public IP address or the DNS name of that and put it in the browser, and you can see the web page would be displayed there. Yeah. So that's what you can go about it, right? So on the deployments tab here, see here it is all good, right? Okay. Yeah. So I will also change the code and I'll show you the changes, right? Okay. So just hold on. So on the deployment tabs, choose the deployment ID here, or you can just go to your EC2 instance and you can do it there, or from the here itself. See, it succeeded. So you can just 1 second. Yeah, so you can just deploy, you can just choose AWS Code Deploy from here, right? And then from the deployments tab, you can just check the deployment ID. Okay. You can choose the deployments ID, and then from the deployment details, you can choose the instance ID, right? And now in the deployment lifecycle events, you can choose the instance ID, right? And then you can choose, you can go to your EC2 instance, right? Or you can directly go to EC2 instance, guys, correct? And then there you will get the, what? You can get inside this EC2 instance, and there you can get this public IPv4 DNS name, right? So you can just copy it and you can just put it here, and you will see what? You will see in some time. Yeah, see, can you see this? Congratulations. This application was deployed using AWS Code Deploy on your EC2 instance. For next steps, read the AWS Code Deploy documentation. Okay, so I can give you this, my EC2 instance where it is deployed, the DNS name of my EC2 instance. You can put it in your browser, guys, and you can tell me, right, whether you are able to see this or not, right? Tell you a few things. So I'll now change few code here, and then I will show you whether that pipeline runs automatically and those code changes are automatically being fixed out there or not. So do you want me to show you that, right? Changing the code and then show you that the changes are automatically done on your EC2 instance. Yeah, yes, right. But just that I will show you that how you can modify the code and you can do it, right? So modify the code in your code commit repository is the last step. So you can just go to your code commit repository and modify the code out there. Okay. Or I can just go to my repository there on my local machine. Okay. So I can just go to my local machine. Where is that? Here itself. And I can go to my index.html page. This is on my local machine I am, guys, right? Yeah. Jenkins also. You can do it. No. This is the code commit. Actually, you can do this with GitHub also. Like this is not code commit. This is on your local machine. Then you will commit it in code commit, right? So I'll just edit it with Notepad++, and I will just change few things here, right? If not all. So I'll revise some. So it is sample deployment. So I'll just change it as updated sample deployment. Okay. And then the color is blue. So I can say hash FFFFF instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 6 zeros. And then let's say this, I will change the background color also. Let's say CCFFCC, the code I'll give, so that accordingly the color would be changed. Okay. And yeah, so that's what I'll give it. And then a font size, I can just reduce it to 250 maybe, right? Instead of 500. And this is 175 instead of 200, right? So I can just change these codes, styles, right? And yeah, and then I can just change this code also, or I can just write down here, congratulations. And I can just give it here, congratulations. This is the updated code. This is the updated code I'll give, or right. So I'll just next type it here. This application was deployed using AWS Code Deploy. I can say this is my updated application. This is my updated application, whatever. So all these changes would be deployed, right? Okay. So I'll just save this, right? You can directly give the color also, or I mean, you can check the color codes on Google, right? Okay. So I can just save it in HTML. You will find all those things, right? So I'll just save this and I'll close this. And then again, what I'll do is I will just go to git bash here. So see, this is now on my local machine, correct? But I'll have to push it onto my remote repository, correct? Yes or no? I'll have to commit it onto my local repository and then I'll have to push it to my remote repository. Yes or no, guys? Right? So I'll just type in two commands here. That is git commit updated sample application files. I'll just do this. I'll give it to you in the chat window. That's the one. And then I'll say git push. So then as soon as I say git push, so it would be pushed onto my remote repository. See, it has been pushed onto my remote repository. And now if I'll go to code pipeline, I should see those changes being done in my code pipeline, right? So that pipeline will auto run now, right? So that pipeline should auto run now. So see, that pipeline should be in progress. See, that codes have been taken from the code commit repository and it is in the deployment state. So again, the code is being deployed. See, it is getting deployed in process just now, right? So as soon as you have committed the changes, you have pushed the code onto your code commit repository, this pipeline runs automatically and the changes are being deployed on your EC2 instance. See, it is getting deployed, right? So it would be changed and then on that. So see, it has been changed now, right? And now if you will see the changes in your that EC2 DNS name. If you copy it, you will see the changes. So see, this was before the sample deployment on my EC2 instance. Now, if I'll refresh it, it must have changed. See, congratulations. This is the updated code. This is my updated application. See, guys, yeah? So is it not interesting? Yeah. Did you like it? Yes. So this is how, yeah. So this auto runs now, isn't it, guys? Great, sir. Yeah. So this is how end-to-end real time you can do it in your actual environment. So this is how even in your company environment it works, guys. So I mean, like you can just have the agile model of deployment and then you can give the first module to your customer. Let's see, let it see it. And then if he makes any changes, he says any changes, you just do those changes on the repository and then it would be automatically deployed, tested, compiled, deployed automatically, correct? And you will see the updated code. Yeah. So this is done in an automated fashion, right? So manual testers are no more required that way, correct? So this is possible with these DevOps tools. Yeah, and you can all do this thing with your open source tools as well, right? Like Jenkins and stuff, right, guys? So this is how it is done. So I hope you must have got it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
We are going to be discussing the AWS developer tools, AWS DevOps tools that are present in the dashboard. So if we go ahead and open the first tool, we'll be able to check over here in the AWS developer tools section that these are the tools that will allow us to go ahead and use the AWS DevOps services. The AWS DevOps services, essentially these are the alternatives that we have available as compared to GitHub, Jenkins, all of those things. This is what it is providing. Now, if we check over here, these are the 4 services that we are going to be checking, which is the first one is source, build, deploy, and pipeline. So these are the 4 services that we are going to be checking. Artifacts, we are not going to be checking that. I will give you an overall idea about that, but we're not going to be seeing how to use artifacts, because to be able to use code artifacts, you will need to actually alter the code for the project that you are working on. So whether it is a Java project, whether it is a Maven project, you will have to actually change the code in order to be able to use code artifact over there. So we're not going to be checking this one. I'll let you know what its purpose is, what tool it is representing in terms of DevOps, open source DevOps, what tool it is replacing, what tool it is supposed to represent. I'll obviously let you know. But these are the 4 services that we are going to be using. Let us go ahead and start with the first tool, which is code commit. Now, whenever we are talking about a DevOps lifecycle, it is usually divided into 4 stages, 4 main stages. The first one is referred to as source, source build, then test, and finally we have deploy. These are usually the 4 stages that are involved when we talk about a DevOps lifecycle, right? Now, source, what does source mean? Source means what is the source of my project. So when we're talking about, let's say, a river, what is the source of this river means that from where is this river coming from. Here also in our DevOps lifecycle, source refers to where I'm supposed to get my project code from. So what is my repository? What is my source code repository? Where exactly is the code for my project stored? That is what this first stage represents. So where exactly am I supposed to get the code from? Now in this case, code commit has been provided to me as an alternative to GitHub. So GitHub is the source code repository that you guys have used earlier, right? GitHub is the source code repository that you have used earlier. Now what does GitHub allow us to do? GitHub allows us to store code so that we can use it later on, right? It is essentially a version control system. It is a version control system that is allowing me to store my code so that I can use it later on for my project deployment, for my project pipeline. Now, code commit is doing that exact purpose itself. Code commit is allowing me to store my code in AWS so that I have much easier and much faster, much quicker integration with the other AWS services that will be present. So if I will be storing my code in code commit, my source code, my project code in code commit as compared to GitHub, the benefits that I would be having is the rest of the AWS services that are present, I will have much easier and seamless integration with those services. Apart from that, we'll also have a look at the pricing scheme as to what exactly is the change, what exactly is different with compared to the pricing over there. So let us open that over there and getting started. For code commit there, if we scroll down, we'll be able to check pricing. Now this is the same for all of these services that are present, and not just these services. Any AWS service, if you go to the getting started section, you will be able to find the pricing section for it as well. So if we check over here, we'll be able to see that for in this section it is present, it is still loading. Yeah. So for the first 5 active users, and by users they mean in this case IAM users. So by users, they are referring to IAM users. So total of 5,000 repositories we can have per user. So a total of 25,000, a total of 50 GB storage per month, and 10,000 GET requests per month. This is the free section basically, right? This is the free section. After that, for any additional users after the first 5, this is going to be the services that will be provided. Now, GET requests, when it has mentioned, what it is trying to say is that whenever we are communicating with our repository, let's say this is my local repository. Local repository means that my machine, my virtual machine, or my laptop where I'm working, right? So that is considered as my local repository, and code commit is my remote repository. Code commit is my remote repository. That means I'm storing my code over here in code commit in the cloud, similar to how I do in the case of GitHub. So with regards to my remote repository, whenever I'm communicating with my like in between these two, whenever the communications are happening, so whether be it the get clone command, the get push command, get pull command, get fetch command, right? Whatever commands I am running that is making both of these repositories of mine communicate with each other, in each of those situations it is going to be counting as a get request. So in total you have 10,000 get requests available per month over there. So 10,000 times you will be able to run a combined of these commands over there per month, right? So this is the pricing scheme that is present. Now, if we want to create a repository over here in our code commit, all we will need to do is just click on this create repository button, which will give us the options that we need to give, the settings, the configurations for our repository that we are going to be creating. Now, in the case of code commit, we do not have the option to create public repositories. So in code commit, we cannot create public repositories. We can only create private repositories, because the main purpose of anyone to be using cloud specific DevOps tools like AWS DevOps, Azure DevOps, GCP DevOps, or any other cloud platform provided DevOps tools, in that case, security is the main priority. So AWS DevOps does not provide public repositories as part of code commit. So you cannot create public repositories. You can only create private repositories over here. Now the main difference that is going to be there in between public repositories and private repositories is that when you are using a public repository, the code for that is publicly available. The code for that is publicly available, which means that you can run the commands to fetch the data from your remote repository, right? So from your remote repository, whenever you're trying to fetch the data, that is always going to be like, that is never going to ask you for any password. That is always going to be available to anyone, since it is a public repository. So from your remote to your local, whenever you're trying to fetch the data, so essentially the commands like get pull, get clone, get fetch, these commands are not going to be asking you for passwords if it is for a public repository. If it is a public repository, these are not going to ask you for password. So even if you do not own the repository, you can use the contents of the repository because it is publicly available. The difference with the private repository is that even if you try to perform any one of these commands, pull, clone, fetch, so even if you try to fetch the data, it is still going to be asking you for the username and the password. Without the username and password, you can't even fetch the data over there, let alone push. So get push, that is only available to someone who owns the repository, and someone who owns the repository would mean that they have the username and password. But in the case of any private repository, which is the case for code commit, you need the username and password even if you want to fetch the data, even if you want to clone the repository or you want to pull a branch from the remote to the local. So whether be it push, pull, any communication between the local and the remote will require the username and password to be provided, or whatever different type of authentication or authorization that you have set, right? Okay, so let us create the repository and then we can go ahead and start with the structure or the commands or the procedure that we would be using, because you guys are already familiar about Git and GitHub. So it's not necessarily how to use Git and GitHub that we are checking here. We are checking how we can use code commit. So if I am to use code commit, how would I connect my code commit repository to any machine that I will be having available, any virtual machine which I will be creating in EC2. So if I have that available, how exactly would I be creating the connection? So in the case of GitHub, you know that, okay, so I fetch the link from there and then I just run the command git clone and then the URL. And then after that, if I want to push any changes, it is going to ask me for the username and password. So for that, I can go ahead and create a personal access token for that I will be providing. Right, so these are your options that you have available. This is the structure when you are working with GitHub. But when you are working with code commit, in that case, what is the structure going to be? That is what we are checking, not how to use the git commands, how to like push, how to pull. That is not what we are checking. We are checking how exactly we would be using code commit, or how we would be performing the tasks that we usually did with GitHub in case of code commit. So what is the difference going to be there? That is what we are checking. So if we want to create a repository, we'll just simply click on this option, create repository. And as I have mentioned, we cannot create private public repositories. We can only create private repositories. So all we would need to do is just click on this create repository option and give the name for our repositories. So if I click on it, name for the repository and a description for our repository. Description is optional, however. So if we don't want to give a description, we can skip that as well. So this description is similar to the README file that you have available in your GitHub. So let me give a name. So I'll give today's date over there. So 7/31/24 or 7/31 repository is fine. 7/31 repository. This is the name for my repository that I'm creating. So I've given today's date. Now I can just scroll down and then I can click on create to create this repository over there successfully. Now once this repository has been created, you can see as of now there are no files present in this repository. So it is giving me the first connection steps page over there, giving me the information or giving me the procedure or the steps required in order to connect with the local and the remote. So this is my remote repository. How exactly I would be connecting it with my local repository, that is being shown over here. Now here you can see there are in total 3 particular methods that are being shown. We will be checking HTTPS and SSH. HTTPS GRC, this is a temporary method. So this is if you want temporary credentials, then you would be using this particular method. We are not checking this one. We are checking HTTPS and SSH because those are set methods that are going to be creating the connection over there for the long run. So we will be checking these 2 methods, first the HTTPS, then the SSH. Now in the case of code commit, you will be requiring an IAM user as well, because these credentials that we are talking about, they will be created for our IAM user, not for the root user. You cannot create it for the root user. So you'll have to go to IAM and create a user. So you will first of all need to go over to IAM, and in IAM you have to create an user. So you go to the user section, you create an user. Make sure that the user that you are creating provide access to management console. Want to create an IAM user. Next, and here you have to attach the policies directly. In this particular situation, we just want the permission for code commit. That is good enough. Right? For the time being, we are practicing code commit, we are doing code commit. So only the permission for code commit is going to be enough. But when we will go ahead and move on to code build, deploy and pipeline, there we will need to give those particular permissions as well, because we'll need to create roles, we'll need to make sure that we're using the appropriate users. In this case, however, specifically for code commit, you need this IAM user so that you can use the SSH method. Specifically for the SSH method, we need this IAM user to be created. So this new IAM user that we are creating, you can just give code commit full access to that particular user. So you can select AWS code commit full access and you can give the permission for that to this particular user, because for this user only we will have to go ahead and create the credentials, right? In my case, I'm already an IAM user only, right? This is my username Samir, and if I go to IAM, I'll be able to see that in my case I have the administrator access for the account. So I do not need to go ahead and create a user separately, because I already have the permission to be able to use code commit, code build, code deploy, code pipeline, and I am an IAM user. So there is no necessity for me to go ahead and create a new user. So as you can see here, I have the administrator access. So for this user only, I will be creating the credentials. In our case, as I mentioned, you will have to go ahead and create a new IAM user, making sure that at the very least code commit full access is provided to that user. Now, from where are we supposed to create these credentials? We are supposed to create them from over here in the security credential section. So after we have created the IAM user, we open that IAM user, and just like how we create our credentials, our secret and our access key, which you guys must have done as part of AWS, as part of AWS's IAM modules, like how to create secret and access key. At that position itself, at that location itself, we also have the option for code commit usage. So if I go to security credentials and if I scroll down below access keys, we will have these two sections: SSH public keys for AWS code commit. Now this is for the SSH method, and HTTPS git credentials for AWS code commit, which is for the HTTPS method. Now in my case there are already two created. Let me delete those. So in order to delete them, you simply select them, go to actions, delete, and you just click on delete key. That's it. In the case of the HTTPS credentials also, you go to actions, delete. In this case you have to type it out, so you can just copy and paste it. And it will be deleted, right? This is how you're supposed to delete it. Now how am I supposed to create it? In the case of the HTTPS method, it is not that complicated. It is relatively simple. The SSH method does have a few steps involved, so we will be checking that next. Firstly, we'll be using the HTTPS method. Now before I can actually create the credentials and use them, I can generate the credentials right now, but I do not have a machine created where I would be able to use those credentials. So in order to have a machine where I can actually use those credentials, I'll be creating an EC2 instance. Right, so let me go over to EC2 and we will create an instance over there. Now in the meanwhile, while it is opening up, simply to create these credentials, all we do is just click on this button. That's it. Once we click on generate credentials, it will automatically create a username and a password for me. Now just like how in your secret and access key, once you have created your secret and access key, if you don't download it at that time, or if you don't save it post creation, later on you will not be able to find those particular like secret and access key values. It will only be visible to you right after launch. If you refresh the page, if you close the page, after that you'll not be able to see it again. The same is true for our Git credentials also. Once we click on generate credentials, it will generate the credentials for us, and this is my username and password. And if I close this, I'll never be able to retrieve it again. I'll have to delete it and create a new one. Now let me create the instance over there that I will be using. Let me go over to instances and let me create the instances. Let me set a filter for my specific instances, and let me launch up the instances. So launch instance, fairly default configurations, give a name. So test code commit. I'll use Ubuntu latest version. And apart from that, I'll select my key pair. I cannot find my key, so I'll just create a new one. Let me create the key. And for the network settings, I'll just select my default security group. So I'll just go to my select existing security group and select my default one. Now in my default security group, I have enabled all traffic, but in this case, it is not going to be required because we are not going to be creating any containers or anything like that. So it was not going to be any problem. Let me select my default security group and let me launch that instance. Once it will be in the running state, we'll go ahead and connect to it, and then we will try cloning our repository. Now, in order to clone our repository, where will we get the URL from? So if we click on this option, clone URL, we have all the three types of URLs that we need. So if I click on the clone HTTPS option, my HTTPS URL will be copied. Same goes for the other two as well. So in this case, my SSH URL was copied. Let me click on clone HTTPS, and this is my HTTPS URL for my repository. It has already been copied, which means that once my instance is in the running state, I can connect to it and I can try cloning my repository. Do you have any specific reason to select Linux OS? No, there is no specific reason. We just need an environment where we can clone it. It doesn't matter what that environment is. Even if you use it in Windows, still it is going to ask you for the username and password only. In this case, so that I can have everything in one window only. So for that reason, I've gone with Linux. Had I created a Windows machine, I would then have to RDP to it. That would be a new window. So that would be a problem. So for that reason, I've gone with Linux. For either machines, either operating systems, the procedure is going to remain the same. The path will change, however, when we get to SSH, but for HTTPS, the procedure will remain the same for all operating systems. So now that we are connected to the machine, we should be able to clone this repository. So if I do git clone, followed by the URL, this is my HTTPS URL. If I try to clone it, it will directly ask for my username and password. The reason behind that, as I mentioned, is that this is a private repository, not a public one. So I do not have access to freely fetch the code without giving the username and password. This is a private repository. No one, unless I am approving it, no one else should be having access to the content. Now in this case, once asked for the username and password, we have to give this username and this password over there. So we will copy this username, paste that over here, and then for the password as well, we'll copy it and we will paste it. So once we have entered the username and the password, it is going to let us know that warning, you appear to have cloned an empty repository. Now it is a warning, it is not an error. And the reason behind that is there are no files in my repository. Right? This is an empty repository, which means that even though if I do ls, I'll be able to see 731 repository, that is the name of my repository, it is actually going to be empty. There are no files in my repository as of yet. Right? There are no files present in my repository. However, since I've cloned my repository, the remote repository URL, remote repo URL has been set as origin already. So if I do git remote -v, I'll be able to see that the origin nickname has been set to this code commit repository URL that I had provided during the time of cloning. Now this has been done because my origin is the nickname, origin is the first nickname that is provided, and when you clone it, when you clone a repository, the URL that you are providing, that is automatically set as origin, that is automatically given the nickname as origin. So if I want to go ahead and push, pull, or do any changes, I would be using the nickname origin itself. So if I go ahead and try to create a file, let's say, so touch one.txt. If I stage it and then I commit it, once I have staged and committed it, I can go ahead and try to push it over there with the nickname origin. Let me check the branch also first. It should be master. So now if I try to push this master branch, I can do git push origin master, and it will ask me for the username and password. Now before I do this, let me go ahead and show from the dashboard where exactly I would be creating the files. Now if I scroll here, I will be able to find this option, so empty repository, and in the add file section I'll be able to create or upload a file freely over here. In my case, I've already created a file, I've staged it, I've committed it, so I'm going to directly push it. But in case you wanted to create the file first from the dashboard, this is where you would have the option available for that, right? So let me give the username and password over here. When I try to push it, it is going to ask me for username and password. Let me fetch that and let me provide that over there. So copy the username and the password over here. Once I provided that information, it has successfully pushed my master branch along with my 1.txt file, I believe. Yeah, 1.txt file to my remote repository over here. So if I go to my repository and now if I refresh the page, I should be able to find that 1.txt file present instead of my connection steps page. So here you can see 1.txt is going to be present. Now in case you want to go ahead and get or fetch the connection steps page once again, all you would have to do is just click on this clone URL option, and at the bottom you'll have the connection steps page. So if you click on it, it'll take you back to that page that we first had, HTTPS, SSH and GRC type of connection. So what is going to be the steps you would need to follow for that? That is in case you want to go ahead and revisit this page after you have already pushed the changes to a repository. So in this case, as you can see, this is my 1.txt file that has been created and pushed over here successfully. This is the branch. Now, in this case, if I want to go ahead and create files directly from the dashboard, as I have mentioned, we just click on this add file option where we have the option to create or upload files. If you click on that, if you click on create file, you will have to provide the information about the name of the file, the content of the file, the author of the file, and the email ID of the author. So this is the information that needs to be provided. So here you give the content. So new file, let's say. Here you provide the name of the file, so where exactly you want to create it, and in case you want to create it in any subfolders, you would simply mention the name of the subfolders. So let's say folder 1 and then slash, you would be giving the name of the file. That is in case you want it to be created in a separate folder. So new file.txt, let's see. Then author name, email ID, and then commit message, which in this case is optional. So commit message is not mandatory. Default commit message will be used, which is going to be added new file.txt. So it is going to be added folder1 / new file.txt. That is the default message that is set. Added followed by the name of the file. So if I give the author name as Samir, and remember my IAM username is also Samir itself. That is also provided in the commits once we will open that. So after I create this file, I will open the commit section where you will be able to see it. Now apart from that, email ID is also present. So let's say I give the email ID as admin@admin.com. Now this doesn't have to be an actual email ID. It just needs to be in the format for an email ID. If you provide a@b.c, even that is going to work perfectly fine. All that matters is the format is being followed. Once I click on commit changes, it is going to successfully commit this new file.txt. If I go to the code section of my repositories, I'll be able to see that I have a file which is 1.txt and a folder called folder1, which contains another file called new file.txt. New file.txt, whose contents are simply new file. In this case, it is not used for notification. This is used just so that in case anyone wants to contact you or they want to communicate with you, they will be able to communicate. It is not provided to create notifications or emails or to send emails. If you'd want to do that, you would have to integrate it with SNS or SES. You would not be able to go ahead and directly do that from code commit. So now that we have set up the files, if we go to commits, we'll be able to see that over here. This is the first commit that was done. This is the first commit that was made. It was committing 1.txt. That is the commit message I had provided. And in this case, you can see the author and the committer is both set as Ubuntu. The reason behind that is my EC2 instance that I'm using, that has the username as Ubuntu. That has the username set as Ubuntu. For that reason, here also the author name and the committer name has been set as Ubuntu. Whereas in this case, when I made the commit manually, you can see that the commit message was added and then the file name. The author and the committer, the author name I had given as Samir and the committer is going to be my IAM username, which is Samir. So in this case, Samir has been provided, whereas in the author name I had specifically provided as Samir, which is why the author is given as Samir as well. So these are my two commits that have been done, right? If I click on the commit, I will be getting additional information about the commit basically. So if I click on it, I will be getting information like the committer ID, the email ID essentially who has made the commit. If any problems, I'll be communicating via this email ID itself. Apart from that, any changes that have been done, any files that have been added, any files that have been removed, any changes that have been made, everything is going to be visible directly from the commit section, right? Now, apart from that, next thing that we will need to check is how to use the SSH method. So we have checked the HTTPS method, where we simply create the credentials just by clicking on this generate credentials button, and it creates the credentials for us that we are able to use in order to push the changes. Next, it is going to be the SSH method. So now on to the SSH method, as I had mentioned, in order to push the changes to our repository. Now for getting the SSH method, what we'll have to do, it is a bit more complicated as compared to the HTTPS method, because for the SSH method, first of all, we have to create the public and the private key in the machine for which we want to create the connection. So this is the machine for which we want to create the connection. This is the EC2 instance for which we want to create the connection with our repository over here. In order to be able to create this connection, what we'll have to do, we'll have to first of all create a public private key pair. Public private key pair needs to be created first, and then we will have to go ahead and uh, add some keys to the IAM user. It will get there after we have created the keys. This is the first step, is to create this public and the private key pair. Now in the case of Ansible also, we create these key pair. We use the ssh-keygen command to create this particular key pair. Now the format that we want, the encryption type as it is referred to, that we want is RSA. We want an RSA key pair. So we'll have to specify that during the creation command that we are giving. So when we are running the command ssh-keygen, by default, if I run the command, it will create it of this type, ED25519. That is going to be the format or the type, encryption type of the key. So it will not be created of type RSA. We want it to be of type RSA, but by default, they have changed it in Ubuntu 24 so that the default encryption type is not RSA anymore. In 22.20, it used to be RSA, but now it is ED25519. So in order to create RSA key pair, what we'll have to do is simply add this section -t followed by RSA. This will do what? This will allow us to create this key pair, the encryption key pair that we are talking about, this public private key pair of type RSA, the one that we require. Once I run the command, it will ask me where I want to save the key, which file I want to save the key in. So there I can go ahead and give the name of the file if I want to change it. By default, it is id_rsa. So we can keep it as it is. So we can hit enter. Passphrase, we don't want to keep any passphrase. So I'll hit enter again. And then no passphrase I have given. So I'll hit enter one more time. With this, at the location home ubuntu.ssh, my key pair has been created. The public key being id_rsa.pub and the private key being id_rsa. Now, if I go to that folder .ssh folder, I'll be able to see these two files present. IDRSA, IDRSA.pub and authorized keys, which is present by default. We have not created that file. It is already present when we had created the instance. Now among these two files, the first one that we will require is the public key. The public key we will require first, and next we will need the private key. For the public key, what we'll have to do, we'll have to first of all fetch the contents of the key. So we'll have to run the command cat idrsa.pub, and this will give us the contents of the key. Once we have received the contents, we can copy it and we'll need to upload it to the IAM user. So we'll copy this section of the key. We'll copy this, and once we have copied it, if we'll go to IAM user section, in SSH public key, this is where we are supposed to upload our SSH public key that we have copied. So this is the content of the key that we have copied. We are supposed to upload that over here. So we'll click on the upload button, and here we will simply paste the contents of the key that we had copied. Once we have done so, we can save this public key, which will give us an SSH key ID that we will need for the next step. So first step was create the RSA key pair using the SSH keygen command. So SSH keygen -t RSA. Once we have generated the key pair, we then fetch the contents of the public key, which is idrsa.pub. Once we have gotten the contents of the public key, we then go ahead and upload that over here. So we click on this upload SSH public key option, where we paste the contents of the public key that we had copied, giving us this SSH key ID. This SSH key ID will be provided, which we will need for the next step, which is the final step. So if we go to the clone URL section, click on connection steps. In SSH, we will be able to find that what we are supposed to do next is we are supposed to create a file called config. So we are supposed to create a file called config in our SSH folder, in the .ssh folder. We're supposed to create this file called config, which we are then supposed to go ahead and paste this content in. We're supposed to paste this content over there inside that config file, and then we're supposed to make some changes. What are those changes going to be? After user, this section should be replaced with our SSH key ID. So this section, SSH key ID, which we have gotten after uploading our public key, that needs to be pasted over here instead of your -im -ssh key ID here. So instead of that, we're supposed to paste this SSH key ID. The actual ID has to be pasted. And apart from that, in the third point, in the third line, after identity file, I'm also supposed to paste the path of my private key. So what is the path of my private key? It is home ubuntu.ssh id_rsa. This is the path. This is what is supposed to be pasted in the final section over there of my config file. So first of all, create the config file. So sudo nano config. This is the content that is supposed to be there. Let us copy it and then make the appropriate changes. Paste it here. Make the changes. So here it is supposed to be the path to my SSH private key. And here my SSH key ID is supposed to be present. So let me copy the key ID over here. So this is the key ID. We'll copy this, provide that over here. And after identity file, we are supposed to write the path to our private key. So that is /home /ubuntu/.ssh /id_rsa. This is the path to my private key. Let me save and exit that. And now we can go ahead and start with the SSH key method as well. So if I now use the SSH URL over here, if I use this SSH URL, if I copy it and I try to clone it, let's say, I already have cloned it previously. So let me create a new folder, mkdir new. And if I use this folder, so git clone, then the URL, all it will do is, first of all, it will ask me, are you sure you want to continue connecting, yes or no? And once I've said yes, it is not going to go ahead and ask me again for any password. Any changes that needs to be done will be done. Any changes that I'm supposed to push, pull, whatever be it, it is not going to ask me for the password again. All it will do, I'll just have to run the command and automatically it is going to perform that task. It is not going to ask me for the username or password again over here. But this connection that we created just now, that is only for this particular machine. This test-code commit instance that I've created, only for this instance, this particular communication has been done. This connection has been done. Whereas in the case of my HTTPS method for creating the credentials for code commit, there the credentials that I have, the username and password that I have, I can go ahead and use that in any particular virtual machine, any virtual machine, any EC2 instance, even my laptop, I can use that. But this SSH method, that is only valid for this test-code commit instance that I have created. If I want that to be allowed for a different machine, for a different instance, I would have to do that process all over again. So from the starting, I would have to do that procedure in that case. Right? So this is how I can go ahead and create the SSH connection. Now to this exact repository that I have, this pre-existing one, 731 repository, which I had cloned earlier on, that contained my HTTPS URL. I can add my remote repository URL for the SSH as well over here. So I can clone URL, copy the SSH URL, and I can add it as git remote, add origin, or instead of origin, I'll have to give a different name because origin is already in use. Origin is already in use, so I need to provide a different name over here. So let's say origin 1. And in that case, for origin, a set has been created for push and pull. For origin 1, a different set has been created for push and pull. SSH method allow only one instance or multiple if we create SSH connection. As I mentioned, the SSH connection is done only for this machine, which means that if I want to go ahead and create an SSH connection for a different machine, I would have to follow this procedure that I've done from the creation of the key from, where did it go? From this point till over here creation of my config file. I would have to do this all over again if I am to use a new machine. If I want to create the SSH connection for a different machine, this method needs to be followed once again for that new machine for which I want to create the connection. Whereas for the HTTPS credentials, they can be used anywhere by anyone in any machine. Okay. So now the final two topics that we're supposed to check are pull requests and branches. So now branches, how are we supposed to create that from the dashboard? For that, we can simply go over to this branches section. And here we will be allowed to create new branches and pull requests. So branches, you guys are already familiar with what exactly are branches. So if I am to create a branch, obviously, let's say this is my master branch. If I am supposed to create another branch called develop, that will be created from my master branch only, or from any other branch that will be existing. So when I will click on this option for create branch, I will be asked that from which branch do you want to create this particular new branch. So if I say develop is the branch I want to create, here I have to decide that from which branch do I want to create the new one. So what exactly is going to be the parent branch of this develop branch that I am creating? So in this case, there is only one option, but you will have all of the branches available as options to create the new branch from. So in my case, I only have one option. So what is happening here is from my master branch, my develop branch is going to be created right over here. Okay, so I can click on create branch and this develop branch will be created from the master branch. Right? Develop created from master, which is my default branch. Now I can go back to the code section. I can create a new file over here, let's say for my develop branch. Why? Because now I want to show off that pull request command, not command, but pull request section and what exactly it is doing. Let me add a file here. Let me create a new one, third file, and I'll call it as, let's say, 3.txt. This is going to be present where? In the develop branch. I'm creating this in the develop branch so that This is going to be my master, which contains what? It contains new file.txt and one.txt. Then this is my develop branch, which contains what? Which contains new file and one.txt, because it inherited those files from master, right? From master, it has inherited those files. Apart from that, I'm also creating a new file called 3.txt. Now, what am I going to do? Next, I'm going to merge those two branches. That is what pull request is supposed to do. Pull request is used for merging basically. So let me create that new file, third file 3.txt over there. Or yeah, Samir123, let me give the author name and the email address as newadmin@a.com. Commit the changes, creating a new file basically in my develop branch. So there is something to create the pull request for, something to merge, because let's say I create another branch here, but this time I don't make any changes. Like if there are no changes in between two branches, you'll not be able to make the merge, because like there is no change, there is nothing to merge basically, right? If I create a new branch, let's say called develop test, similarly again from my master branch, but this time I don't make any changes to that branch. If I will go to the pull request section and if I click on create pull request, I get the option that which branch do I want to merge and in which branch do I want to merge it into. So if this is my structure, master, here it is develop. If I want to merge develop into master, develop needs to be selected in the source, master in the destination, which means I am merging develop branch into master. So source to the destination. So in the source, I would be selecting first of all develop test and in destination master. So if I click on compare, it will let me know there is nothing to merge. Source and destination both reference the same commits. There are no difference in between these two branches. So there is nothing to merge basically. Even though I can create a pull request, it is essentially useless because like it has no purpose. A merge is supposed to bring updates from the different branch, from the source to the destination. The updates are supposed to be gathered. If there is nothing that is different in between the two branches, what are we gathering in that case? But if I choose develop here and then click on compare, it will let me know that I can add the file, right? There are no conflicts. We can close this pull request by merging it. What will be added? The 3.txt file is going to be added, which is shown over here. The third file 3.txt will be added over here. If I click on create pull request, right now what has been done is pull request you can think of as a suggestion for a merge. A pull request is a suggestion for a merge. Usually there are going to be like your project manager or your team lead. They are going to be the ones who will actually have the permission to actually merge the branches. You will be allowed to create the pull requests. You will be allowed to create these pull requests, which are, as I mentioned, suggestions for merge. So you are suggesting to your manager or to your team lead that my work with this branch, my develop branch is done. It can be merged into master. You will not have the authority to actually merge the branches. You are letting them know that the work is done. The merge can be done now. So you can check it, and if it is fine, you can go ahead and then give the green light and begin the merge. Where is that set from? That is set from over here in approval rule templates. So here templates are created based on who are the users who should actually be allowed to vote over there for the approval of the merge, basically, right? So pull request was created. If the merge should be allowed, it should be more than a set number of approvals which will be given here, and along with that members will be added to the pool. As in, let's say there are 3 members in that case. In my case, let's say from over here, Akhil, Akshit and Aniket, let's say these 3 people are supposed to be the one who are going to be voting. So I can set that 2 approvals should be needed. I can set it up over here. 2 approvals is a must, and these are the 3 members who are allowed to vote. I can give their names over here: Akshit, Aniket, and the other one was Akhil. Yeah. So I can give the names of those 3, and when they will be going over there in the dashboard, basically in the merge section, over here they will have the option for merge, and if the number of approvals is going to be more than or equal to 2, only in that case this merge will go through. If it is less than that, it will fail, right? So that is how it is going to be set, basically. So approval rules will be created not by us, by the management, not by the employees. It will be set by the management or by the team leads, people who will be working in the with code commit or using code commit. They will be using the pull request option, create the pull request, and then your manager or whoever is part of the management, the higher authorities, they will have a look at your code. They will have a look at, okay, is it appropriate or is it possible for us to merge it? Like, will it not crash the entire branch, basically, or application? Okay, it is fine, there are no bugs, so we can give the green light. In that case, they will go ahead and click on merge. In our case, like, I am only one person available over here, right? So I cannot log in as 3 different users and give that approval. So in my case, if I just click on merge, what it will do is it will give me the option for the types of merge that are present, right? 3 types that are available over here. Once we click on merge pull request option, the branch will be successfully merged. So develop has been merged into master, which means master now contains that file 3.txt which develop branch contained. So I can go to my code section. In master, I can see I have the file 3.txt, which was earlier only present in my develop branch. So this is how I can go ahead and use branches and how I can merge branches in code commit as well directly from the dashboard. And this concept holds true for GitHub also. In GitHub also, pull requests are created. In GitHub, you can say basically collaborators are set, and depending on the number of people who are approving the pull request, the particular pull request will either go through, the merge will happen, or it will not. The same concept is applied in GitHub also. So this is about code commit over there, how we are supposed to use it, create the connection, create branches, merging branches, and all of that.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
We're going to be having a look at code build, what it is supposed to do, why would we use it, what is its difference as compared to the other its equivalent DevOps tool. Basically its equivalent open source DevOps tool, what is its pricing, how we are supposed to use it, and then we will go ahead and actually run the particular project using that code build. For this particular topic today, we are going to be needing both our AWS account and our GitHub account. So I'm logging into GitHub right now, and then we'll have a look at the repository that we're going to be using for today. Okay, so let us go ahead and start with the topic. Now, this over here is code build. What exactly it is supposed to do is, just like its name is suggesting, it is a build tool. So we can go ahead and perform the next stages of our life cycle, which was source, build, test, and finally deploy. Now, source was being taken care of by code commit. Build and test, if we want to go ahead and perform this, we would be performing with what? With code deploy tool. I'm sorry, code build tool. Code build will allow us to go ahead and perform the build stage of our particular project. Now, you guys must have heard about Maven. Please let me know in the chat if you have heard about Maven or not. It is part of DevOps. Okay, great. So in Maven, what we do, we have a project, we have a set of files, source folder, pom.xml file, and then we do what? We build that particular project using Maven. So Maven is a build tool. We build that project into an you can say executable, basically executable, or a jar file, a war file, depending on how we want to go ahead and deploy it. The project on its own it is not possible to go ahead and deploy it. You cannot deploy a particular Maven project unless you have built it. Now that is not only going to be the case for Maven, but also for certain other types of projects as well. Let's say for Node. Node also requires you to run the command to build using Node. So npm run, npm build. Similarly, other projects are also present which require you to build the particular package, build the project first of all, in order to be able to deploy it. For .NET projects also, you need to create packages first. This particular procedure for building with whatever particular project that you are working with, the steps that are going to be there, we can go ahead and specify those steps into a file, and then we can go ahead and use code build to automate that build procedure. So Maven project, if I'm having, what is the command I'm supposed to run? I'm supposed to run the command mvn package. Mvn package is what I'm supposed to run, right? What I can do is I can create a file in code build where I can specify all the instructions that I would have to perform in order to, you can say, create this particular package over there, create the Maven package. And then every single time that any changes will be made to my repository, automatically my project is going to be built. So the latest package is going to be created via the script I'm going to be created. Now these instructions that I'm specifying, they will be mentioned in a file called buildspec.yml. The name of the file is buildspec, and in this file we specify these instructions. It is buildspec.yml, not YAML, buildspec.yml. This is the default name of the file that contains the instructions required to build the particular project, however that we want to build it, however we need to build it. Now I do have a sample project available on my end, which I will be showing all of this files and this building procedure for. Now in this case, this is the project that I have available, right? This is a GitHub repository, and this is what I will be using in order to use code build. If you see over here, this is supposed to be the file buildspec.yml that is supposed to contain the instructions required to build my project. Now before we check this file, actually let us understand what all are the different files in my repository and what their purpose is. Now first of all, we have a dist folder and a scripts folder. Now this dist folder, this is simply containing the problem statement that is mentioned. Scripts folder on the other hand, so like this is not relevant to our particular deployment building. This is not part of our project. This is simply the problem statement that has been provided. Apart from that, we have a folder called scripts which contain two particular scripts over here. Now this is part of code deploy. This is not part of code build. This is part of code deploy. So this will come later. So these two scripts are referenced later on in this file appspec.yml, which contains the instructions as to how I'm supposed to deploy it. So code build is going to contain its instructions in buildspec.yml. Code deploy will contain its instructions in appspec.yml when we're going to cover that particular code deploy service. Right now, code build is going to be requiring this file buildspec.yml. Now, apart from that, what other files are present here? Can we use GitHub repository to use AWS build tool? Ashanal, we are using GitHub repository only. It has, like any AWS service that you are having, will have integrational capabilities with different third-party platforms as well. In this case, GitHub is a third-party platform, but with AWS's provided services, it is going to be much easier to integrate the services. It is not that it is not possible to integrate with GitHub, GitLab, GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. It is not that it is not possible, but with code commit, the integration is much easier. That is the difference. It is possible, but in that case, you have to provide your password and such. Some might see that as you can say security hazard, but it is possible to go ahead and create the connection, which is why we are using the GitHub repository. We are using a GitHub repository because it is possible. Now this buildspec.yml file, this is supposed to contain the instructions for my code build. Apart from that, what else are the files that are present? One file over here, readme.md, which is not even necessary for my project. These two files, so final AWS DevOps project.zip inside the dist folder and readme.md, which is present here. These two are not relevant to my actual application or my website. In this case, this is a website. So these two files are not relevant to actually deploy them. These are just files that are present over here. Now, apart from that, what else are the files that are present that are actually representing my project? Those are this one.png file, aws.gif, back.jpg, index.html. These four files are supposed to be helping me to actually create the website that I'm supposed to deploy. So these four files are part of my website's source code. If I open this file index.html, you'll be able to see that these three images that are present over here, they are referenced inside this index.html file. So here we will have back.jpg, here we will have one.png, and later on we will have aws.gif. So these three files are being referenced over there in my index.html file. So these four files are my actual website that I'm trying to deploy. These four files are consisting of the website that I'm actually trying to deploy over here using code deploy. Now, code build, which is performing the build step, it is an optional step. It is an optional step because for every single type of project that you're going to be working with, you will not require to build the project. It is an optional step because it is not required in every single situation. Like in this case, when I'm working with a simple website, there is no need for me to use code build because there is no build requirement. There is no build specification. You don't need to build the project. I am doing it just to explain to you guys how it is supposed to work and such, but you don't need to go ahead and build it. At the same time, there is one more file present here, which is this sample EC2 CloudFormation template. Now this I have created to explain the integration of other services with AWS Code Pipeline. This will come at the absolute end of the you can say topics. So at the end After we have discussed code deploy, then this particular section will come once we have discussed the rest of the code pipeline. So this is present to show how we can go ahead and integrate code pipeline with CloudFormation. This is just a sample to show that, okay, so if I can implement it with other AWS services, how I would go ahead and do it. So in that case, I will be showing this integration over there using this file. So with code pipeline, a CloudFormation stack is supposed to be created based off of the template that is mentioned over here. So these are all the files that are present in my repository and what exactly they are corresponding to. Now let us go ahead and discuss the file at hand right now, which is our buildspec.yml file. Okay, so let us have a look at this file. Now in this file, what exactly is being mentioned? What is the format of this script that we have created over here? In total, there are three different main sections over here. There are three main sections that have been defined. The first one is version, then we have phases, and finally we have artifacts. So we have version, phases, and finally we have artifacts. Now version, this is the version of code build that is supposed to be used. We cannot go ahead and change this first point. This first point, the value of this, we cannot go ahead and change. We have to give it as a value as the version of code build that actually exists. So we cannot give anything over here. We have to give valid values over here. 0.2 is the latest version, and we'll have to use that particular version itself. Now, if we want to check that which particular version is the latest version, you can find it. Once you go over here, code deploy, code build, you scroll down. This is a sample file that AWS has provided you. Here you will be able to see the version section mentioned, right? So this is the latest version that is present, and that is what we will also have to use. Now, if we check the next section over there, apart from this version section, next we will have phases. So in phases, we can have a total of 4 different phases mentioned over here. 4 phases in total we can go ahead and mention. What are those 4 phases? The first one, as is mentioned here, it is install, and another phase has been mentioned here, which is build. Right, install and build have been mentioned here, but in total there are 4 different phases. Now it is up to you which one of these phases you want to mention, which one you don't want to mention. It doesn't matter which one you mention, which one you skip, because it doesn't matter how exactly you are specifying the commands that you want to execute. All that matters is the order in which you are going ahead and mentioning the commands. The order in which you are mentioning the commands is what actually matters. The commands, the section in which you are mentioning them, that is not going to matter. Those 4 sections that are usually present, they are install, pre-build, after which comes this build section that we have mentioned. So install, pre-build, build, and finally post-build. Right, so these are the 4 ones that are available. So these are 4 of the sections that are available. Now among them, only install and build have been mentioned in our script, but as I mentioned, it doesn't matter what commands you are mentioning in which section. All that matters is the order in which you have mentioned them. Like in this case, what I've mentioned is, first I've mentioned the command to install unzip, then update, then install Java 17. So it will execute them in order. Now, this is only available in the case of the install section, which is the runtime version option. So with runtime version, you are allowed to specify any particular tool or application, or you can say environment, that you want to be installed in the environment where this particular script will be executed. Now, discussing the environment, that will come after we have discussed this script. And that is its own thing. We'll discuss that environment thing after we have discussed this script over here. So in runtime version, you get to specify that what exactly is the tool or the application that you want to be installed. Is there a specific version of Java that you want to be installed, in the specific version of React, Maven that you want to be installed? You can specify that over here, mentioning the package name followed by the version number that you want installed. What Code Build will do is Code Build will automatically install that specified version of that specified tool in your environment wherever this script is going to execute, right? Now that will be required because what if you have a node project that you're trying to build, right? You're trying to build a node project or a Maven project. Now, how are you going to build it unless you actually have node or Maven installed? You need to have the tool installed as well for which the project you are trying to build. If you're trying to build a Maven project, you need to have Maven installed. If you don't even have Maven installed, how are you going to run the Maven package command? It will give you an error, right? For that reason, runtime version and this command section is going to be necessary to install all the prerequisites over here in the environment where the build will happen. And that is the next section, which is the command section. That is available for all of these sections, basically for all of these sections, for all of these headings. This commands section will be available where you simply just can mention commands and specify the commands that you want to execute. Like in this case, I've mentioned 3 commands to install unzip, update the machine, and then install Java 17. Now, if needed, I could have mentioned this over here as well, right? If I wanted to, I could have mentioned this over here as well. But since I wanted to go ahead and show both of these, the capabilities of both of these sections, I have created 2 different sections over here. Now, apart from this install section, same goes for pre-build and post-build also. You would be mentioning them just like how we have done in the case of the build section. This runtime version that is only available for the install section of the script. For build, pre-build and post-build, you will have the command section where you will get to specify what are the commands that you want to execute. Now, as you can see over here, I have run 2 commands. One of the commands is to simply print this. So build started on, and then the current date is supposed to be printed. And apart from that, the next command that I've mentioned, that is supposed to use zip, which I've installed earlier. So unzip I've installed. So I'm supposed to create a zip file called hello.zip from the index.html file. So a zip file is supposed to be created called hello.zip, and I'm supposed to put the index.html file inside that zip folder, right? Inside that zip file, this index.html file is supposed to be pasted. Now, this I have done just to show that we can execute any type of commands over here. In reality, you would be having commands that will actually be required. What are those commands going to be? If you have a Maven project, then Maven package. So if I check, if I show that to you over here, which is the sample Maven script that has been provided, you can see what exactly they have mentioned here. So they have mentioned in phases, only build phase they have mentioned, where they have executed 2 commands. One is build started on, and then the current date with echo, and next is mvn install. That's it. These are 2 commands that they have executed. In my case also, I could have even skipped the entire code build file. But since I wanted to show all of the sections of the file that is available, for that reason, I've created this big of a file. In reality, it is not going to be this big. Simply the commands that you want to execute, if you are going to be mentioning, that is going to be good enough, right? Now, once this section will be executed, this phases section will be done with. The next that will come into place is the artifact section. Now, in artifacts, you have to specify the files. So this is what the definition of artifacts is. First of all, you would define an artifact as all of the files that you are going to be requiring for deploying your application. Like in this case, what are the files that I need in order to deploy my application? Now, what are the files going to be? First of all, this script section, because as I mentioned, these are used in abstract.yml, which is also going to be needed because that is how I'm supposed to deploy my application. So scripts, abstract.yml, 1.png, aws.gif, back.jpg, and index.html, because that is my project actually, that is my website. Without that, what am I going to deploy? Unless I have the website that I want to deploy, what will I actually deploy over there? So these are all the files that I'll require. My website files, which is 1.png, aws.gif, back.jpg, and index.html. Apart from that, I also need appspec.yml and its supporting files, which is contained in the scripts folder, because that is what is containing the instructions to actually deploy my application. So these are my artifacts which have been specified over here. So you give artifacts, type files, and then in files you mention all of the files that you're going to be needing in order to actually deploy your application, which are what has been mentioned here: index.html, appspec.yml, the two scripts folders, so scripts, install dependencies, and start server, 1.png, aws.gif, and back.jpg. So these are all the files that we are going to be requiring, right? So these are all the files that we are going to be requiring. Now, depending on these instructions that we have provided, my files are going to be specified as my artifacts, and the build is going to be happening. Now, one more thing that is going to be present over here is in this file, in this buildspec.yml file, I have not even mentioned where exactly the build is supposed to happening. So the environment has not been mentioned over here at all. What is that particular environment going to be? So now, when we are talking about code build, what is the difference in between code build and other build tools is, so what would be an equivalent for code build? So Jenkins can only be an equivalent. With Jenkins only, we can go ahead and automate the procedure for Maven build. Maven build, Maven deploy, Maven package, right? Maven clean, Maven install, all of that we can automate using Jenkins only. So code build is taking over the build automation procedure or the build automation function of Jenkins. Now, in this case, in the case of code build, the difference in between code build and Jenkins is that in code build, the environment where you want to build will be provided to me by AWS itself. So AWS will provide me a build environment that I will be able to use for code build where this file will be executed. But the difference is that that is going to be provided to me only for the specific amount of time that it takes me to build or run this particular file. So only the specific amount of time that it takes me to run this file, code build is going to be allocating a server for me, an environment for me. Once that time will be up, it will automatically deallocate that environment and wipe everything out of it. So depending on the specifications that we give when we actually create our code build project, specifications for our environment basically, right? So we specify the environment, how much RAM we want, how many vCPUs we want for the duration of the build for buildspec.yml. So for the duration that will take me to execute this file, I am given that environment. I'm given that environment for that n number of minutes that it takes me to build this particular file. Once that will be up, it is going to be automatically deallocating that environment for me. So I do not have access to this environment. I cannot connect to it. I cannot retrieve files from it. Whatever files that I want to retrieve have to be mentioned beforehand in this files section, right? Now, what is going to be the difference in between code build and Jenkins in that case? If I am going to be creating an EC2 instance only. In this case, however, I am not creating the EC2 instance. Code build is automatically creating the EC2 instance for me. Now, the pricing structure for EC2 is that, I hope you guys are all familiar about this. The pricing structure for EC2 is that it takes the ceiling value basically of the hour. The ceiling value of the hour it is going to take, which means that if you've used for 2 minutes or for 59 minutes, doesn't matter, it is going to charge you for 1 hour itself. The same goes if you are using it for 1 hour 1 minute, 1 hour 2 minutes, or 1 hour 59 minutes, it is still going to charge you for 2 hours only. It takes the ceiling value of the hour over there. This is the pricing structure in case of EC2. It is going to take the next hour value regardless of how many minutes are actually remaining in the particular hour. So it doesn't matter if you have just used an EC2 instance for half an hour, you're not going to be charged for half an hour. You will be charged for 1 hour only, right? So it is always going to take the next biggest whole number for the hour. But in the case of code build, what is the case is this environment that is being provided to me for the n number of minutes that I'm building it, only for that duration I'm going to be charged. I will only be charged for that n number of minutes that I'm using the actual application for. That is the difference in between code build and Jenkins with an EC2. Now, if we go ahead and check the pricing structure over here, scroll down to pricing, and if we open it up, here we will be able to see the pricing example. So on demand EC2 pricing example. So this is not the one, this is for per month basis. Yeah, this is what I was looking out for. Compute types. So per instance minute for Linux and Windows, these are all the compute platforms that are available to me. Compute instance types. So arm.g1 small, x86 64 g1 dot small. These are all the various different instance types that are available to me, and this is the pricing per minute. So per minute $0.00204 per instance minute. This is what I'm going to be charged. There is no free tier in this case, so like this is not part of the free tier. If you remember, T2 micro is 2 GB of RAM and 2 virtual CPU, I guess. No, yeah, or 1 GB of RAM and 2 virtual CPU. So this doesn't even fall in the free tier section. So if you want to use it, it will go ahead and charge you based on the build duration over there. This is the difference in between code build and any other particular build tool that we would be having. So I'm launching a poll over here to get see, in this case, 3 GB of RAM and 2 CPUs, that is the minimum that is being provided. If you don't need that much, then you can go ahead and create any EC2 instances on your end, because in that case, the pricing is going to be much less. So it will depend on the project that you're trying to build. But usually, it is going to be better to use code build, because in that case, I'm not being charged on an hourly basis, but rather on a minute basis, because when you're going ahead and running the build command, obviously it is not going to take 1 hour or 2 hours to actually build it. At the very most, it would take, let's say, 30 to 40 minutes. Still, you are wasting 20 minutes of your hour and you are paying that for nothing. So in that case, it is going to be better to use code build itself, because you are going to be charged in that case for a minute basis, not an hour basis. So you would be saving a lot of money in that case. It would be much more efficient. So let us go ahead and actually execute this particular build file that we have created, buildspec.yml, creating a project in order to see the output of what exactly it is that it is executing. So in order to be able to create it, first of all, we need to create a project, and in that project, we have to decide what exactly is my repository name, for which particular commit I want to execute it. So information has to be provided. Now, first of all, we simply just click on create project option, where it allows us to give a name to our project over here. I'll just give today's date, so 8/1 project. Scroll down a bit, and in source I have to decide, so from where do I want to fetch my code. So from where do I want to fetch all of these particular files that I have available. So these ones, from where exactly it is present, where do I want to fetch it from, and has to be provided. Now in this case, I'll just get the HTTPS URL. But in this case, this URL, total URL will not be required. Only a username, which is this slash the repository name, should be needed. So if we go over there and select it from the list over here, which particular type of repository we are having. In our case, we are using GitHub. So let us select that particular option. Then we have to decide where the repository is present, whether it is present in my GitHub account or if it is a public repository. So it is a public repository, but you will have to go ahead and first of all connect to GitHub. Right? In your case, this will show as connect to GitHub instead of disconnect from GitHub. In my case, it is already connected. But in order to be able to connect it, what you will need to do is, once you will click on that option connect to GitHub, it will open a new window for you. Now there, what you're supposed to do, enter your GitHub credentials in that new window, in that login window, so you have to enter your GitHub username and password. Once you have entered that and then clicked on login, your connection will be successful, right? In my case, I will be able to see the list over here of my repositories that are available. So what is the name of my repository? It was AWS-pipeline. This is a different repository, I guess. Let me disconnect and try to reconnect once. So disconnect, connect to GitHub, where it will open a new window for me like so. All I need to do, authorize AWS Code Suite, and that is it. The connection will be done. Confirm, and the connection is successful. You can see that a mail has also been sent for that. So now that the connection is successful, I should be able to see my repositories here. Yes, now they are visible. AWS-pipeline. This is the one that we were using. Samir 8080 / AWS-pipeline. Now, once we have selected that, next what we are supposed to do? In this environment section, it is decided what is the operating system that you want to go ahead and use. In our case, the commands that I have provided, those are for Ubuntu. And because I have used apt over here, apt-get update, apt-get install unzip. So I will choose the operating system here as Ubuntu. So these three are the options that are available to us: AWS Linux, Ubuntu, and Windows Server 2019. Now, in case you wanted to go ahead and use Lambda, you could have selected that over here, in which case you would have to go ahead and specify the runtime and such from the list that has been provided. In my case, I will go ahead with EC2 only, not Lambda, and select the operating system as Ubuntu. Apart from that, nothing else I need to change. Either way, there aren't a whole lot of changes that we can make. Runtime, there is only one option. Image, this is the version of image that we are supposed to use. So essentially, which version of the image of Ubuntu we are supposed to be using. Now, this is not provided by us, this is provided by AWS. AWS provides this for us. So we do not get to decide over there what we want to choose. Whatever is the list that is present, from that we have to select the appropriate version that we want to go ahead and use. Now, apart from that, in additional configuration is actually where that section is defined, that what exactly is the type of compute platform that you want to go ahead and use. If I scroll down in this section, compute, you'll get to see that these are the 5 different compute platforms that are available to me. So 3 GB RAM, 2 virtual CPUs, 7 GB RAM, 4 virtual CPUs, and so on. So these are all the options that are available to me. Depending on my requirements, I would be choosing the appropriate option over here. Apart from that, nothing else needs to be changed in that section. Once we come to the next section, which is this build spec section, this is where we define the name of the file which contains the instructions. So our file for that contains the instructions for code build, that is referred to as buildspec.yml itself. So the name is correct because the I will have to select over here use a build spec file first of all. In case you want to insert the commands here directly, you can do so as well. But this is not recommended. Why? Because this does not give you much control over your build project. So the project that I'm creating for building, this method is not going to give me a whole lot of control over that procedure. In this case, all I get to do is just specify 2 commands and that's it. I want to have control over what I want to perform, what is the task that I want to perform. You can think of it this way, that in Kubernetes, we have 2 methods for creating deployment. One is to run a one-line command, so kubectl create deployment, or I can create a manifest file. If I do that particular procedure, I will have much more minute control over the containers and the pods that are going to be created, how many replicas I want, what image I want, what port number I want. All of that I will be able to go ahead and manipulate if I'm going ahead and using a manifest file, a Kubernetes file, as compared to just using a one-line command to create a deployment. The same is true here also. I can insert the commands directly in this section, or I can use a build spec file, which will allow me much more minute control over my tasks. Now, if we check it over here, it will let us know that by default, Code Build is going to look for a file named buildspec.yml in the source root directory. What is the source root directory? Source root directory means the files that are present directly in my repository. So all of these files would be referred to as source root directory. All of these files, the ones like all of these files would be referred to as source root directory. They are present in the source root directory, whereas the files, let's say inside script, that is present in a subfolder. If it is present in a subfolder, or if it is not called buildspec.yml, you will have to give the proper path and the proper name as to where it is present and what it is called, like so: buildspec2.yaml or configuration/buildspec.yml. So you would have to give the entire path and the actual name of your file in case you have not called it as buildspec.yml. Now, once we have mentioned all of this, we can go ahead and save the build project. One more important section of this is this artifact section, but we will go ahead and check that in the next execution of this project. So this build project, right now I'll just create it and then I will execute this build project. Will they use Lambda to build the code? It will depend on your application. No, if you want to use Lambda, you can use Lambda. In that case, you will have to specify the build environment. So where exactly do you want to build it? And according to the pricing of Lambda, you will be charged. Whereas if we are using EC2, then we will have to specify the compute platform that we want to use. And depending on that compute platform, we will be charged, whatever it is that we are using. So it will depend on the project, obviously. So what exactly your company wants? What is the need for your company? If they want to keep everything serverless, then they would be going for Lambda. If they don't have any such requirement, then they would be going with EC2 only. So let me start the build here. Once this build will be done, then we will go ahead and check the logs over here. So once this will be executed, we will check the build logs to see what exactly has happened. Let us wait for it to execute. So it has executed over here. It has successfully executed. So let us go to the logs. Let us click on tail logs and let us check what exactly has happened over here. So first of all, let me open the file because we will go ahead and compare it as to the commands that I've given and what exactly has been executed. Do they match or not? So first things first, what is mentioned is Node.js version 20 should be installed. That is the first pointer that has been mentioned over here. So if we check the logs over here, we will be able to see, okay, first of all, it is fetching the code from github.com samir8080 AWS pipeline. It is looking for the file. Where is my YAML file located? Okay, it is present at the root location itself and it is called as buildspec.yml. So once it has found that, then it goes on to the execution of it. So first of all, it is running the command. It is installing Node.js version number 20. Right, it is installing Node.js version number 20 over here because that is the first section that has been mentioned. Now, once that will be done, next what exactly has been mentioned? As part of my install phase, I have installed first of all Node.js 20 and unzip, I have updated the machine and installed Java 7. So these are the three tools or the three commands that I have executed. So if I check for it over here, I'll see that, okay, in phase install, what am I doing? First of all, installing unzip, updating the machine. And once that is done, next I go ahead and install Java 17. The tasks that have been assigned and allocated over here, the commands for which I have provided, they are executed one by one over here, right? The tasks that I have mentioned have been executed one by one over here in this section. Once this will be done, next it comes to the pre-build phase because I mentioned you guys, right, that 4 phases are there: install, pre-build, build and post-build. Even though we have mentioned just install and build phase, the other 2 phases are also going to be executed. They will start the phase, they will enter into the phase, and as soon as they are entering, they will mention it as succeeded because nothing is mentioned in that phase. It is an empty phase that we have mentioned. So automatically it is going to exit and mark it as succeeded. Once the pre-build phase is done and it comes on to the build phase, you will see over here, the first command that is run is echo build started on and then the date. That is what is printed over here. Build started on and then the current date is printed. Now it is printed in the UTC format because I am working in the Ohio region. I am working in the Ohio region. So US East 2. For that reason, the time zone that has been mentioned, that is in the UTC format. If you would be working in Mumbai region, then it would have mentioned it in the IST format over here. Apart from that, it is also creating this zip file called hello.zip, which contains the index.html file. Once that is done, next comes the post build phase, which again it is saying post build phase state succeeded because it was an empty phase. There was nothing mentioned in the post build phase either. For that reason, it is giving it as succeeded without any executions, right? It just started, it just entered into the phase. Automatically, it is giving as status as succeeded, state as succeeded, because it was an empty phase that we had mentioned, right? Now, apart from this, what else is there? The final section, which is the upload artifact section, where it is giving as succeeded. Why? Because even though I've mentioned it over here that these are the files which are my artifacts, I have not specified where to save these files. I have not specified that where I want to go ahead and save these particular files. Unless I do so, these files will not be saved. So essentially, I'm wasting my resources here if I'm not saving my artifacts. These files that I'm mentioning over here, if I'm not saving them somewhere, I'm wasting the resources over there because all of this build that I've done is for nothing. The artifacts that I'm mentioning, if I'm not saving them somewhere, this build that I'm performing, this will be all for nothing because this environment where it is happening, I don't have access to the environment. So essentially, whatever commands that have been executed are lost unless I save these artifacts somewhere. And the only section that will be available to us will be S3. So we'll be able to save them in an S3 bucket over here. So if I go ahead and open that, if I open my S3 over here, so this is one of the buckets that I have created. I'll go ahead and empty this. So my bucket has been emptied. So I will be able to use it now for this particular project. So let me open it up to show you guys that it is empty. So there are no objects over here. You can see this is an empty bucket. This is where I want to go ahead and save these files that I've mentioned. These files that I've mentioned, these are going to be saved if I mention that in my project. Now, where am I going to mention that? If I edit my project, first of all, let me go there and let me edit it. In the artifact section, which was at the bottom, this is where we have to specify where exactly we want to go ahead and save these artifacts. Select Amazon S3. Specify the name of the bucket, which is code build test bucket 123. Give a name, that is in case I want it to be stored in a specific folder. Let's call it as today's date, so 0801 artifacts. And now I'm going to go ahead and save, update the project, and then execute it again. Start the build. So this has failed. Let me check it where exactly it has failed. Okay, the region problem is there. The bucket has been created in a different region. I think it has been created in US East 1. Properties, it should be present here. Yeah, it was in US East 1. So the bucket, even though S3, like the buckets are created in specific regions, right? Even though S3 is going to show all of the buckets at once. The buckets are actually created in specific regions. So the region where you are executing it and the region where the bucket is, both of those should match. In this case, it is not matching, which is why it has failed. I'll have to create a bucket in that same exact region where I'm actually working. So in Ohio region only, I have to create the bucket. Let me create a new bucket in that case. Test bucket code build. Test bucket for code build. Let me create it. Already exists. So 1, 2, 3. So now in the Ohio region, I have created a bucket. Let me edit this build project over there and specify the new bucket that we have created over here. Test bucket for code build 1, 2, 3. Update the project and then execute it again. So it has executed successfully. And if we check over here, one change is going to be there, which you can see. Once it is going over to uploading the files, it is checking it one by one, found 7 files. Then it is going to upload all of those files to my S3 bucket, which took 0.005 seconds over there in total. So if we check that over there in my bucket, which is going to be test bucket for code build 1, 2, 3, if I open that, I will be able to see one object by the name that I had given, 801 artifacts. And if I open that, in total, I'm going to be able to find 6 objects over there. 6 objects, 1.png, appspec.yml, aws.gif, back.jpg, index.html, and the scripts folder. Inside the scripts folder again, I'll have 2 folders available over here. So these are all the files and folders that I have created over here, right? So they have all been successfully uploaded over there to the code build, the S3 bucket that I had specified over here in my build project. Now these files can be used now later on as well in the code deploy section for the deployment, or wherever else we want to go ahead and make the deployment. We will be able to use those files later on as well. So they have essentially been stored for later use.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
We will be discussing code deploy. Code deploy and code pipeline, which is not going to be that long. Code pipeline is not going to be complicated at all. Rather, since it is an integration tool, all that it will do is it will integrate the other services into one particular pipeline. So that is what code pipeline does. But we'll get there once we will get there. Before that, let us have a discussion about code deploy. Let us see what it is going to be doing. Now, when we are going to be deploying our code deploy, our application in code deploy, we will first of all have to create an application section for that. So we'll have to create an application where we will have to specify that what exactly is the type of deployment that we want to make, as in where do we want to make the deployment, whether we want to do it in Lambda, whether we want to do it in EC2 instance, and all of those things will be needed to be defined. So once we'll select this, it will give us the option for that, whether it is going to be an auto scaling group, EC2 instance, Lambda, ECS, that is going to be decided here. So we give a name to our application. I'll give today's date. So 8 to application. And in compute platform, we decide whether we want to deploy in ECS, Lambda or EC2. We'll be using EC2 only over here. So let me select that and then create the application. Now, once we have created this, then we can create a deployment group, which is going to allow me to actually make the deployment, because whenever I'm saying that I want to deploy an application, I have to deploy it somewhere in one particular instance or two instances or a set of instances. That is what this deployment group is. It is going to be essentially I'm setting up a group here in which I'm going to be making my deployment. Now for this, we will require two things. We will require an EC2 instance and we will need to create roles in IAM. So we'll need to create in total 2 roles in IAM over there. So one EC2 instance we will have to create and 2 IAM roles we will have to create. One of those roles is supposed to be for our EC2 instance. One of those roles is supposed to be for code deploy. The one that is for EC2 instance, that is going to allow EC2 to access code deploy. So code deploy full access will be given. And the one that is for code deploy, that will allow access to EC2. That will be allowed access to EC2. So essentially EC2 full access. Now apart from that, this particular role over there, the one that allows EC2 to access code deploy, will also be given the access for code pipeline, because it is going to be required when we will get to that particular point. So better yet, we just create the role as per the recommended requirements. So one of the roles is going to allow EC2 to access code deploy and code pipeline. So it will be created for EC2, which will have the permission code deploy full access, code pipeline full access. And another role is supposed to be created which will allow code deploy to access EC2. Now, let me go ahead and show you these particular roles that you'll have to create. So as I mentioned, 2 roles, one that allows EC2 to access code deploy and code pipeline, and one that allows code deploy to access EC2. So if we check over there in the role section, we'll be able to see these are the 2 that I've created. Code deploy role for EC2, that is created for code deploy, which if I open, you'll be able to see that it has been given the permission for EC2. So code deploy has been given the permission for EC2 instances over here. So any EC2 instances, my auto scaling groups, all of that have been given. So EC2 full access. Apart from that, one more is present, which is EC2 role for code deploy. Now this one is created for EC2, which allows permission to what? It allows full access to code deploy and to code pipeline. Code deploy, code pipeline and S3 is given. This is not required. I'll remove it as well just to prove that it is not going to be required for our execution purposes. So I have removed that. So we have code deploy full access, code pipeline full access. These are the 2 permission policies that is required for the role that we will attach to our EC2 instance. That is what we're going to do next, is to launch an EC2 instance. Let me set a filter for my instances. I haven't created any instances as of yet. So let us create one, which we will be using as our deployment machine. Let me call it agent 1. Right, this is going to be called my agent 1 over there. Ubuntu is going to be the AMI. Instance type T2 macro is fine. Let me select my existing key pair and my default security group. So once I've selected it, let me go ahead and launch this instance. One more task I was supposed to do was to attach this role that we had created, EC2 role for code deploy. This was supposed to be attached to this instance. Since I have not attached it at the point of creation, I can attach it later on as well. So if I click on launch instances, I do have the option to assign it at launch. I'll show that to you where it is present. Once it opens, If we go to advanced details, I will be able to select over here in IAM instance profile this role that I've created, which is what? EC2 role for code deploy. So if I click over there in the role section, so if I click over here, it will allow me the option for EC2 role for code deploy, which can be allocated. So it can be allocated at the point of launch using this advanced details section. If you forget, however, you can attach it later on as well. Just click on it, go to action, security, modify IAM role. Once we get there, we can simply choose the IAM role from this list, which in our case is going to be EC2-role for code deploy. Update the IAM role, and now our instance has that particular role attached. Just for good measure, I'll also go ahead and restart my particular machine. So I'll just reboot it just for good measure. Even though it is not required, just for the sake of rebooting it, I'll just reboot it over here. Now, next thing what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to install an application or a tool called Code Deploy Agent in my machine where I want to make the deployment. You can think of it as Jenkins over there, right? You can think of it as Jenkins, that I'm installing Jenkins so that I can actually create the deployment. Now, where am I going to get the files for that? If I just search for install code deploy agent, this will take me to the option over there that contains the commands, the web page that contains the commands for installing code deploy agent. Now, if I scroll down, I'll be able to see the commands for installing it using the command, which is what we actually need specifically for Ubuntu. So these are the commands that we will need to execute in order to be able to install code deploy agent in the machine that we are creating, or that we have created rather. Let me copy this and run that over there in our instance. Let me connect to it first, and then we will run the particular commands there. So let us run the commands over there one by one. And this will install code deploy agent in our instance successfully. Paste the command once the previous commands have executed successfully. So now that it has been executed successfully, let me go ahead and run the command for changing the directory. Once that is done, we will need to now go ahead and execute this command, which installs the code deploy agent installation files. Now, where am I going to get the link for that from? There is the link pasted over here as an example. Now here, this region has to be changed as per your specific region, wherever it is that you're trying to install the code deploy agent in. In my case, it is US East 1. So I need to change this section to US East 1. Not only this, but this part also from US East 2 to US East 1, I'll have to change it. Now, apart from that, no other changes are supposed to be made. So wget the link where I'm supposed to go ahead and change the name of the region. So US East 1 will be mentioned. Once that will be done, my file will have been successfully downloaded here. This file called install, which will now be supposed to be given the executable permission and then executed. So with that, with this command, we will give the executable permission to this install file, which we have downloaded, which will be able to verify also if I run the ls command. So when I'm running the ls command, you can see that it has been downloaded over here. We are now supposed to go ahead and paste the command to give it the executable permission. And once that has been given, you can see it is now green. Now all that's left for us is to go ahead and actually execute the script using the sudo./install auto command. So every single command has been mentioned part by part over here itself, right? There's nothing that we need to go ahead and change that much. All the changes that are supposed to be there, I've already mentioned. The only point being, the link has to have your specific region code mentioned. You cannot go ahead and mention any particular region code, or if you mention the incorrect region code, it will not execute successfully. You have to give the proper and correct region code while downloading the link. If you have done so, final command for us is to just run this particular command to install the automatic version. So the latest version of Code Deploy agent, which will execute here. And once that will be done, we will next be able to verify it using the Code Deploy service status command, which is also provided at the bottom. So if I go below over here, I can run this command to check the status of my Code Deploy agent over there. So if I run it, we'll be able to see that, okay, Code Deploy agent is up and running over here, which means that we can go ahead and start with the creation of the application and the deployment group. Application is already created. Now it's time for us to create the deployment group. So how will we create that? We'll click on this create deployment group option, which will allow me to go ahead and create this particular deployment group consisting of this instance that I have created over here. So here is the name for the deployment group. So let's say test group is the name I'm giving. Once that is done, in service role, here I have to select the other service role that I had created. So if you remember, I had to create two service roles, one for my instance that I had created that allowed my instance to access Code Deploy and Code Pipeline. And the other one was for Code Deploy to be able to access my EC2. So full access to EC2. So that role has to be selected over here. If I click on it, only that option will be displayed to me. Only that is the one role that is present. So this is the one that I'll have to select, and then I will have to go ahead and specify what are the machines that I want, which are supposed to be part of my deployment group. So how do we do that? We select the appropriate option, whether it is on-premise auto-scaling groups or, as in our case, EC2 instances. We select that option and we give the value for the name and value for the key value pair over there. The name and what exactly its value is. So if we check in the tag section for the agent 1, its key is supposed to be name and its value is supposed to be agent 1. So key is name, value is agent 1. So that is what we'll have to select over here. So in the key, we'll select name, value, we'll select agent 1. And then we will go ahead and we'll be able to see, okay, there's one unique matched instance, which is the only one that we have available. And I accidentally closed it. So agent 1. Now all we do, scroll down, disable load balancing in our case because we only have one machine. Once you've disabled it, we create the deployment group. And once the deployment group is created, now we will be allowed to create deployments successfully over here. So when we click on create deployment, it is going to ask us a few questions. So like, what is our repository? And apart from that, an annoying thing about Code Deploy is that we need to give the entire commit ID in order to be able to create the deployment. That is one of the most problematic things that is present specifically for Code Deploy. Now don't worry, that is fixed as part of Code Pipeline. Only in Code Deploy that particular error, that not error but rather inconsistency and problematic case is going to be present. In Code Pipeline, that is not the case. So all we need to do here is, first of all, we select that our application is stored in GitHub. Then if a token is not present for you, you have to create one. So give any name over here and this connect to GitHub option will be highlighted. You'll have to click on that option. And after that, it will ask you to log into your GitHub account, right? You'll have to enter the credentials basically. So similar to what we did for Code Build, here also, you'll have to do the same exact thing. So we select that from the drop down menu over here. And finally, we can now go ahead and select our repository name and the commit ID. Now this is where the problem lies, because we will have to go ahead and give the name of the repository first of all. That is not going to be that difficult. This is our repository. Let me go there and let me copy its name. This is the name, Samir8080 / AWS Pipeline. And in the commit ID, that is where the main problem lies, is that we have to give the entire commit ID, not just these first 7 characters. We have to give the entire commit ID. To get that, we have to clone our repository. So we have to get the link and we have to clone the repository. Now in my case, I'm going to do this cloning in a Git Bash environment. Let me show that to you. So I do have Git Bash installed over here. All I would be doing is I would, let's say, go to documents or downloads, cd cd new, and all I would be doing is cloning this repository. So I'm just trying to find a isolated place where I'm going to clone this repository so that I can go ahead and get the actual commit ID over here. Now that this repository has been successfully cloned, all that's left for me is to go inside the folder. These are my files, and just run the command git log. This will let me know the commit ID over here, the entire commit ID, which I can copy and use over there in my machine. Right, so in my deployment, I can go ahead and use this commit ID. That is the entire reason why I have used Git Bash over there. Now this cloning, you can go ahead and use any other EC2 instance for this, totally up to you. All we need to do is to run the git log command to fetch the entire commit ID. Now that we have it, we can just click on create deployment, and the deployment will now be successfully executed. It is running at the moment, I guess. Yes. Let us wait for it to execute, and then we will go ahead and check the logs. So now this deployment that we have actually done over here, following what particular principles and steps this deployment has happened, that is what we are going to be checking now. Now this is done based on the file that is provided over here called as appspec.yml. This is what the file has to be named. You don't have the option to name it as something else. In the case of build spec, as I had mentioned, that if your file is named as something different, you can go ahead and give the name in the code build project. In the case of code deploy, your file has to be called appspec.yml. There is no other option available in your case. Now this is what our file is looking like. Now in total, there are 4 main sections over here that we need to see. The first one is version, which we cannot change. We have to keep it as it is, because this defines the version of code deploy that we are going to be using. Next is operating system, where we will mention for whatever operating system we are creating the deployment in, whether be it Linux, Mac, Windows. Depending on that, this section will be provided. Finally, we have files and hooks. So in files, we have mentioned a source and a destination. Now what this is going to be doing is, this is going to be copying the file from the source, pasting it in the destination. So essentially, this is a copy paste that we are doing, where we are pasting the the custom index.html file mentioned over here, and we are pasting it at the specified location. That specified location being var www.html. Now, apart from that, we finally have a hook section, where we have mentioned only one pointer over here called before install. In total, just like how far we had in our buildspec.yml file, in appspec.yml also we can have 4 different hooks or 4 different phases mentioned over here. Those being before install, install, after install, application start. These are the 4 hooks that are going to be there in the case of appspec.yml, and these function exactly the same way as our hook phases did in the case of the buildspec.yml file. These have no significance whatsoever in terms of the actual execution of the project, only that they would be executed in order. So first, whatever you have mentioned in before install will be executed, then after install, then install, then after install, and so forth. That is the only point that is present for them. It doesn't matter if you have run the command for installing in the section of application start. There is no problem with that, and it is perfectly fine to do. This is simply present to segregate the commands into their own particular criteria, so that it is easier for people to go ahead and understand what a particular section of the code is trying to say. Now, in the before install, install, after install, application start section, we will be able to provide blocks of these 3 particular sections, where we mention a script we want to execute with location, a timeout duration, and a run as section. Run as means with which particular or as which particular user we want to execute this task, as a root user, as a regular user, as an admin user, as a new user that we have created. That will be mentioned over here. The user name will be mentioned. Timeout defines that under what particular duration should this script mention in the location pointer be executed, wherein if it takes longer than 300 seconds, it will give me a timeout error instead of still trying to execute it. And that's a good thing, because if it is taking that long, if it is taking 5 minutes for our small script to execute, then we should check exactly what is the issue with the script, because it should not take that long. So it will be an option for us to actually check the contents of the script for any mistakes, any errors that we have made. Now in this case, 2 scripts are being executed. First one is install dependencies, second one is start server. What are mentioned in those scripts? In install dependencies, as the name is suggesting, we are updating the machine, installing Apache 2, and we are removing the default index.html file. Now this is the default index.html file which we are supposed to replace with our custom one. So what we have done is we have essentially deleted the existing index.html file at var www.html, and then later on we'll go ahead and paste our own particular file there. With which command we are doing that? We are achieving that with the file section, the source and destination command, where we are mentioning what exactly we want to copy and paste. Now since in index.html file, if we will go ahead and verify, we'll be able to see that it also contains the rest of the 3 files. So one, AWS back.jpg. So here it is back.jpg, we will have one.png and AWS.gif. So all the files are being used. For that reason only, when I am mentioning over there that copy index.html, it will not only copy index.html, but its prerequisite files as well, which were those files that I just now showed. One.png, AWS.gif, back.jpg, these 3 files. And finally, I have a start server script mentioned, which again, as the name is suggesting, simply starting the service for Apache 2. So sudo service Apache 2 start. Now this is what we have executed via our pipeline. And if I show it to you right now, my public IP, if I open it, we will be able to check that our website has been deployed. This is our website that has been deployed via the code deploy over there that we have created. The code deploy deployment that we have created, this is the website that has been deployed. right? As you can see, it was executed successfully, and that is what has been run. So if I check this view event section, we will be able to see that first there is before install, then install, after install, finally application start. These are the four sections that we have available in our appspec.yml file. Now, among these four sections, only this before install section has taken time for us. The reason for that being install, after install, and application start do not contain anything. We have not mentioned anything in those particular sections. Hence, it did not even take time for it to execute. So this is code deploy and how exactly we are supposed to deploy the application. Okay, so let us go ahead and start with the next section, which is going to be code pipeline. Now, as I had mentioned earlier as well, code pipeline is not going to be that difficult or that long because it is an integration tool. It is using these existing services that we have checked till now, and it is integrating those into one single pipeline so that one by one the tasks can be executed. So when we will click on create pipeline here, it will give us a few set of steps, a few set of options that we will have to go ahead and fill. Now, depending on what we will fill over here, our pipeline will be behaving in a certain manner. Now, let us give a name to our pipeline. So 8 to pipeline. Now, next thing that we need to worry about over here is in the source stage. We don't need to change anything else over here. Earlier, we used to have two options to choose between, one of them as the V1 and the V2 pipeline. Now, V1 pipeline has altogether been discontinued. We cannot create V1 pipelines anymore through the console. So there is nothing to choose over there anymore. In the source stage, here we choose from where exactly do we want to fetch the code that we are trying to build. Now here we will have options for GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, ECR, code commit, S3. So depending on our specific options, we will choose. In our case, I will obviously be choosing GitHub because we are using a GitHub repository, right? So I'll be using GitHub only over here. In connection, similar to what we did for code build and code deploy, we need to connect to GitHub. And once we will do so, a connection will be created with a specific name. That is what you will have to choose. In my case, I already created it. So I will be selecting that existing connection. Since you are not going to have one available, you click on this connect to GitHub option, which will open a new window for you, asking you to log in to your GitHub account. Now here in repository name, we choose the repository for which we want to create this pipeline basically. So it is in my case for AWS-pipeline repository. I'll select that and then select the branch. In my case, I only have one branch, but if I had multiple, they would be displayed. Finally, we have the trigger option, which is the main section of this source stage and possibly even the pipeline, because this is where we choose how exactly or in which particular situation do we want the pipeline to be triggered. So under what particular conditions do we want the execution of the pipeline to happen? No filter means that it doesn't matter what happens to the pipeline, my job is going to be triggered. I'm sorry, whatever happens to my repository, whether be it a push, pull, a small change, a big change, branch, doesn't matter. It is going to trigger my pipeline. That is what no filter signifies. And do not detect changes means that no matter what happens to my repository, my pipeline won't trigger automatically. So essentially, I am disabling the automatic trigger basically if I select do not detect changes option. And specify filter is the one that is the most widely used one, because you will have certain conditions that you will need to specify under which your code pipeline should be triggered. This pipeline should be triggered. Now, That will depend. So whether you want to go ahead and choose the event type. So whether you want your pipeline to be triggered upon a pull request, which is a merge, and as I had explained. So whether you want it to be triggered when there is a merge, when there is a push, these are the two options. Now push for which branch? Include the branches for which you want this pipeline to be automatically triggered. In my case, there is only one branch. We will have to include that branch. Exclude basically means what particular branches do you want to exclude, as in which particular branches do you want to not have an impact on the execution whatsoever. So even if there are changes, there aren't changes, I'm not going to trigger based on that particular branch. You also have file paths, which mean that for which particular files do you want to execute this pipeline. So in that case, if changes are made to those files, then this particular pipeline will be triggered. In our case, we'll keep it simple with just the branch over here. So include my master branch. Click on next to go to the build stage. In our project, as I have mentioned, we don't require a build stage. If, however, you wanted to create one, what you would have to do is select code build here and then select the project, an existing project that you have created. Now, as I have mentioned earlier as well, code pipeline is not somewhere you will create things. You are simply integrating the existing things over here. So in code build, the project that you have created to build your particular repository, that will be selected over here only. Only you will select that particular build project. You would not create one over here. Even if I click on this create project option that is present beside it, it will take me to code build only to create a build project. It will not create it in code pipeline. It will create it in code build only and then add it in code pipeline later on. We can skip this build stage because in this case, we don't need it. We simply want to have the deployment stage, which is the next stage where we select what our deployment type over there. So how we want to deploy it. Code deploy will be selected. You select the application name that we created for code deploy, which is 8.2 application, and the deployment group for which you want to make the deployment, which is test group. And that is it for the pipeline. Now I can click on next. It will ask me to review the pipeline and my pipeline will be successfully created now. So all I had to do was integrate the existing projects, the existing application deployment group into a new set of pipeline. And what that did, that basically integrated all of them into one single section. That is all code pipeline is supposed to do. Now let us wait for this pipeline to successfully execute. As you can see over here, it has successfully executed, which means my deployment is done. Now, if some changes were to be made to my repository, let's say I edited this index.html file. Just to show you guys that the pipeline would actually be executed. So instead of having this many exclamation marks, let's say I only want one. This is the change for my repository. So there are this many. I'm going to make it so that there is only one exclamation mark. So I'll make the changes here. I'll commit this particular file. And once the commit will be done, what should happen is the pipeline should automatically be triggered. So we should be able to see it any minute now. Yeah, it has been executed just now. It was executed the source section and just now it is in progress for the deployment stage as well. It has been executed successfully, which means if I go here and if I refresh this page, my website has been updated, right? So my website has been successfully updated. Because of the change I made in the file, my pipeline was automatically triggered, as a result of which my website was updated successfully. Now, in case you want to have different stages involved over here, you don't want to include code deploy. Let's say you want to automate the creation of a CloudFormation stack. You can do that as well. Let me edit this pipeline, and I will edit this deployment stage where I will delete this section, add my own section, which will be creating stack. Following which file? Following a template I have available in this repository itself at the end, sample EC2 CloudFormation template. Now, all this does is simply it creates an EC2 instance in US East 1 region with the name as CF-instance, right? That is all this is doing. It is a T2 micro machine that will be created with the key name Samir and this AMI, which is supposed to be of Ubuntu version, right? And the name of the machine is supposed to be CF-instance. This is the name of the file. Let us go ahead and specify that. So in the case that we want to create a CloudFormation stack over here, we will need to select the action provider as CloudFormation. In input artifacts, we specify from where do we want to get the input. In this case, we have only one input, which is source artifact. So we'll select that option. Action mode, we select what we want to perform. Create a stack, delete a stack, update it, replace a failed one. So depending on what we want to perform, we would be selecting the appropriate option over here. In our case, I want to create a stack, so I'll select that option. Give the name of the stack over here. So test stack. Let me call it as test stack, or test stack 1 would be good as well. Now you would select an existing one if you want to update it, or you would be using a new one, a new name, if you want to create a new stack in this case. Right. Now template, this is where we get to decide where our template is present over there. For our CloudFormation, the template where exactly it is present, this is where we select it. So artifact name, source artifact, and in file name, we have to specify the name of the file, which is sample EC2 CF template. We give that name over here. And with that, we have specified the name of the file over there, which is our template basically, based on which our CloudFormation stack will be created. Finally, under role section, we have to decide on a role that allows CloudFormation to access EC2, because this stack that I'm creating, what exactly it is supposed to create, what resources? It is supposed to create an EC2 instance. So CloudFormation should have access to EC2. So you have to make sure that you create a role that allows CloudFormation to access EC2, and that role will have to be selected over here. Nothing else has to be changed. Now we'll click on done and then save the changes for this pipeline and then execute it. Let us see if it is running successfully or not. Release change. Let us wait and see if it is executing successfully or not. So as you can see, it has executed successfully, which means if we go to CloudFormation, if we go to CloudFormation, we should be able to see the stack called test stack 1, which should be created over here. It was created right now at 8:15, 2 minutes ago. So if we check it, under resources, we'll be able to see the resource that has been created, which is test EC2 instance. If I check my instances list as well, if I refresh the page, CF-instance should be present over here, right? CF-instance is present over here, which was created via CloudFormation. You can see it was created 3 minutes ago. So this is how we can integrate other services of AWS into Code Pipeline to automate them. I've shown it to you for CloudFormation. This is possible for other services as well, like let's say Lambda, right? For any type of services, you'll be able to automate them using code pipeline. So this is about code pipeline and how you're supposed to use it. Okay,